A very good morning and welcome to the third day of the fifth and final test match between India and England from the beautiful Himachal Pradesh Cricket Association Stadium in the wonderful northern city of Dharamshala in the foothills of the Himalaya mountains. And it's an obvious gag, but England have a mountain of their own to climb today with India 255 runs ahead. They will resume their first innings on 473 for 8 from 120 overs, leading, as I say, by 255. Simple job for England: claim the last 2 wickets, score 450 and put pressure back on India in their second innings with a target in the region of 180 or 200. It's a massive task, but at least they have set a precedent of doing something similar in the first test match in Hyderabad. Doesn't that feel like a long time ago? One of the highlights, though, for England has been the performances of the 2 spinners. Shoaib Bashir, just 20 years old. He's taken 16 wickets in 3 test matches so far, with the possibility of a couple more to come, and he's on the verge of a second fifer in the series. But Tom Hartley, the left-arm spinner, is the leading wicket-taker in the series with 22. That's both teams, leading wicket-taker in the series. He was having a chat before the start of play with our man on the ground, Cameron Ponsonby.
Tom Hartley, another long day of bowling yesterday. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I've a little tired today, but I thought we stuck at it really well yesterday, and we'll still have plenty of energy for today.
Ben Stokes, a remarkable cricketer, having England have been in the field for however long, comes on, takes wicket with his first ball. Did that cheer you up, or were you like, blimey, why is it so easy for him?
Yeah, I think I just had a feeling that it was just going to happen. He's a special cricketer and makes special things happen. So I think it was the right way for him to get his first wicket, and it provided a lot of energy to us, to be honest. How
has the wicket been playing? Is there a chance that it's holding up so England are confident of chipping away at this lead? Yeah, I think so. I think looking at it before the game started, being slightly used already, we thought it might break up a bit earlier, but it's probably played better and probably a touch more spin as well, so hopefully it stays pretty good for the next few days and we can put on a show. There's 2 wickets left for England to take this morning. Have you got your eyes on both of them, or potentially saving one for Jimmy Anderson?
I'm not sure. See what the skipper thinks this morning. It's out of my hands.
How has it been kind of playing alongside Jimmy Anderson? He's obviously on so close to this milestone of 700 wickets. What's it been like to witness him firsthand?
Oh, it's phenomenal. He's such a great athlete. To stay at this competitive at this level for so long is fantastic, and he's got himself in great nick, and it's not surprising he's been able to be so good for so long.
That was Tom Hartley chatting to our man on the ground, Cameron Ponsonby. Alongside me today for the first 20 minutes, Steve Harmison. Well, wouldn't that be just the perfect day, really, with Jimmy Anderson taking one of the remaining 2 and Shoaib Bashir the other, and then give one a 5-wicket haul and one a 700-wicket haul?
Yeah, good morning, man. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, that would be the ideal. I wouldn't go with Jimmy, I must admit. I need to get these 2 wickets as quickly as I possibly can. So I'd be going with Woods extra pace against the tail end of the first cup starting. And yes, Bashir would be somebody I'd go with first up, because you've got the left-hander of Kuldeep Yadav in there as well. So it would be nice if Bashir gets his 5 I think Jimmy would say, let's get off the field as quickly as we possibly can and see if we can, create an upset. England have to bat for 100 overs. If they go at 4 and over, that's 400. That gives them around about 140, 150, 140 lead. And if they can get that, then it gives them something to go at. But first of all, they need the 2 wickets to get them in a position to bat 100 overs. If they don't bat 100 overs, they don't stand a chance.
Yeah, they need 450.
Yeah, they need 450, but I think the way this team scores, the way this ground has been scoring, the way the run rate has been going so far in this series, in this test match, around about 4 and over is where it's been at. So that gives them look, a chance to put some pressure on India and say, well, after the debacle of the first day, we've shown our character again. And I think if they have to bat a minimum third innings of this match, a minimum of 100 overs.
Here's the first ball. Shoaib Bashir is bowling to Jasprit Bumrah, and he immediately gets the scoreboard moving with a single pushed into the offside, and India move on to 474 for 8. Very good morning and a very warm or chilly welcome, actually, to our listeners on TalkSport joining us for the first set. joining our exclusive ball-by-ball commentary on TalkSport 2. We've been with you for every single delivery of this series, from the very first one in Hyderabad, third day, and possibly the final day of the 5th Test match. Let's see how England do. Bamiami singing Jerusalem from the pavilion end with the wonderful views of the Himalayan mountains. Shoaib Bashir into the left-handed Kuldeep Yadav, who batted beautifully yesterday, and that's pushed away defensively on the leg side, just tucked off his hip. Both Kuldeep and Jasprit Bumrah faced exactly 55 deliveries yesterday. Frustration for England just when they thought they might have been able to nip out the tail. Forward comes Yadav once again. Bashir plays away defensive. Kuldeep plays away defensively on the offside. Lead now 256, which is exactly the highest first innings deficit conceded by a team to win a Test match. I'll tell you what, the Bamiami are in good voice this morning. That's one of the best Jerusalems we've had in the whole series.
Yeah, I think that's possibly, might be thinking this
last hurrah.
This might be our last chance to get the tonsils warm, the tonsils gargled, and off we go for the last final hurrah with Jerusalem.
Here's Bashir, and drags that one down short enough for Yadav to push away through the offside. Simon Finch is a very, very fine trumpeter, and a good man too. He's the man leading the singing. 475 for 8. Jasprit Bumrah is on 20. Like the vast majority of fast bowlers, loves his batting. Jasprit Bumrah, Bashir into him again, and he plays defensively, rock solid behind this. I think it's two aspects, Harmy. I mean, talk us through Jasprit Bumrah's batting. He obviously, he loves it. He loves every minute out there. Is it because he used to be so hopeless, or is it because every minute he's out there, he doesn't have to bowl?
A bit of both. I think it's a bit of both. Yes, I think he's worked so hard on his batting, coming from a genuine number 11 up to number 10, and showing the defensive qualities that he's got, which gives him a chance. The longer you're there, the more chance you've got of playing that big shot, and he has got the big shot in his game. But it is always from a fast bowler's point of view. If you can frustrate the top order, like Duckett, Crawley, Pope, and Root, they've probably been thinking about their batting for an hour last night, and especially however long they'll be out there this morning. But what this is telling me is Kuldeep's batted 59 balls, Bumrah's batted 57 balls. This wicket is still a belter. Graham Swan, we've seen for the the host broadcaster, he did a pitch report beforehand, and he's saying it's still rock hard, it's still held together, the cracks aren't there, opening up and widen, so England have got no real demons to go at.
Jimmy Anderson it is, and his first delivery is defended rock solid by Kuldeep Yadav into the offside. The pitch has been absolutely blameless, hasn't it? I mean, it's not inconceivable actually to say that it's getting better. Jared Kimber will be able to tell us more with the assistance of CricViz and his ball behaviourometer. Morning, Jared. There is such a thing, isn't there?
CricViz don't have data for the pitch from Indian matches.
Here's Jimmy Anderson then, and Yadav drives and thick outside edge all the way down to Tom Hartley on the third man boundary. Well, so we'll go with the evidence of your own eyes. Vibes.
You don't like vibes?
I do. I mean, you know what? That first session, do you remember how much it swung? The ball swung. Oh, nothing to do with the pitch, of course. But I mean,
it might have to do 10 degrees cooler than it is right now. But yeah, for that first morning, Bumrah and Siraj, this swung at miles. But I think the moisture in the air. We haven't had a new ball at that time of the morning. This new ball is 30 overs old. So we're not going to see a massive amount of swing. We haven't really seen any demons too much off the ground, possibly some slow balls. We've had some spin off the wrist spin.
Jimmy Anderson in again to Jasprit Bumrah. Tries to play it away on the leg side and actually hits a leading edge and trickles straight back to Jimmy Anderson. I mean, there's no cracks in the pitch, and there was a sort of air of resignation to Graham Swan's voice when he was doing his pitch report and saying there's It's rock hard. There's not a crack worth mentioning in sight on the pitch. As you say, absolutely nothing for England to work with, really. There's no significant footmarks. There's no rough. Bumrah plays defensively. Again, straight back to Jimmy Anderson. No run. India 476 for 8. England would now have to create a test record, coming back from a deficit of 258. Highest ever deficit overcome, as I said. The winner test match in the first innings is 256. Only 4 times in the history of test cricket has a deficit over 200 been overcome. So there's a lot of work to do. Here's Jimmy Anderson once again, and forward comes Bumrah, pushing that one straight back up towards the England captain Ben Stokes. Many years ago, actually, would have been Jasprit Bumrah made his first appearance for India, and it was an Indian A team, and they were on tour in Zimbabwe. I had a chat with him. I asked the media manager who I could have a chat to, and he nominated Jasprit Bumrah on the basis that he spoke the best English. Anderson in again. Bumrah plays defensively up towards mid-on, and I asked him how it was that he was so good at bowling Yorkers. And he said that when he was growing up in the house with his younger sister and mother, he was indoors, and he used to bowl with a tennis ball in the house, and it had a wooden floor, and he used to bowl against the floor and the wall, and this noise of ka-tunk-tunk, ka-tunk-tunk used to drive his mother and sister absolutely mad. And he worked out that if he bowled the ball right into the crevice between the floor and the wall, that it wasn't a double noise.
Yeah, but it only made one noise.
Yeah. And that apparently was much less frustrating.
He's good at it.
Pushed away by Yadav off the pad. It would be, wouldn't it? You could put up with the duh rather than the ka-tida.
Whatever he's done, he's mastered it perfectly, because he got it to go in and he's getting it to go out as well. When
Bashir in again, and Yadav plays defensively. Of course, what he couldn't do by himself indoors was bat.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but that would have been 3 or 4 goodos, because he's then have to throw it into the ground, it bounce off the wall, then he has to hit it twice more. So I'm sure
that would have been infuriating.
I'm sure his mum would have been upset about that.
Bashir in again. Yadav plays defensively up to mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah, Mrs. Bumrah might have been saying, well, you're only allowed to face full tosses, so...
476 for 8. Here is Bashir again, and this one flicked out on the onside for another single, wide of Hartley. Just explain to the listeners why India are batting on here. There are bound to be lots of people listening thinking, what are they doing? What's the point of this?
We've got 3. The game's not scheduled to finish till Monday, so I think that's one aspect of it. You know, keep England out there as long as they possibly can, and also if the pitch is not deteriorating, there's no point giving England the best chance to bat on it.
Bashir in again, around the wicket now to Jasprit Bumrah. The slip in place, that's Joe Root. He comes forward and plays defensively.
As a captain, when you're looking at declarations, you're looking at wear and tear of the surface as well, and the minute you see a ball go up or the minute you see a ball go down, you think, oh, I might have a bowl on this, but this is going gun barrel straight and it's bouncing perfectly.
Bashir with some air on this, tossed that one a bit higher. Bumrah, however, was not enticed into the attacking shot and guides it away to Johnny Bairstow. And at cover, and there's no run. End of the over. 477 for 8.
Especially when you've got tail enders batting on it as well, because it's a slow death, isn't it? You're really making sure that the batters are thinking about not only their next half an hour, the first half an hour of their batting experience, but they're thinking about it slowly, because they're not chasing a ball to the boundary. There's not many big shots being played. If for instance, if India were 477 for 4, the likelihood is they'll be going at 5 and over, and Jarrell if he's in, or Jadeja if he's in, big score, banging it everywhere. These lads are just picking up singles, 1, 2 and over.
Jimmy Anderson in, and that's driven by the left-handed Kuldeep Yadav to mid-off. One correction to that Jasprit Bumrah story, actually. It was effectively an Indian A team, but it wasn't called. It was a full India team. It's just that most of the big name regulars didn't play, so it was actually it was a one-day tour to Zimbabwe in order for Zimbabwe to generate enough money to keep the game alive in the country, as India does with so many other countries. An Indian tour provides income for years to come for many countries. Yadav again forward, playing defensively, and there's no run. The interesting thing about that, though, was that there were literally 7 or 8 regular senior players who were left out of that team. Bumrah's one of half a dozen youngsters who were making their first appearance for India. But MS Dhoni actually went as captain, because he was excited by the prospect of playing with all these youngsters and having a look at them for the first time. Here's Anderson again, and bangs it in short, and Kuldeep Yadav, actually that had a bit of pace on it, a bit of lift, and that inconvenienced Kuldeep Yadav momentarily.
Yeah, good bounce from Anderson. He dragged it, and he bowled it into the ground. It was a genuine bouncer. Got up, banged him on the gloves. It hit Kuldeep Yadav on. Did it hit him on his left hand?
I think it did, didn't it? Oh, no, it was his right hand.
It was his right index
He's done
finger.
well there.
He's done very well to get his left hand out of the way. It just clipped the right index finger, jarred it back.
Anderson in, edge, gone! Anderson has his 700th wicket. Ben Foakes takes the catch, and the celebrations begin. Anderson is enveloped in the arms of his teammates. Jimmy Anderson, the outside edge of Kuldeep Yadav's bat, and this extraordinary career has reached its zenith, with Jimmy Anderson becoming the first fast bowler to reach 700 wickets.
Unbelievable achievement from Jimmy Anderson. 700 test match wickets, more than any other seamer likely to ever have in the history of this game. Gone with a bouncer, set up perfectly with a Yorker, with a full ball outside off stump for the batter to rock forward and find an outside edge. He probably did that the first, second, third test match wicket when he was 20, 21. But to do that at 41 is unbelievable. A standing ovation for the Barmy Army, for England's the all-time great. 187 test matches, 700 test match wickets. The true champion, an unbelievable ambassador for the game of cricket, not only in this country, but for around the world, with a longevity, a little punch of the gloves by Mohammad Siraj as he walks past the great man. Jimmy Anderson, 700 test match wickets. Wow.
This test match is in India. He's 41 years old, and he's just bowled a really quick bouncer to smash a guy on the gloves and then followed it up. I mean, the athleticism that Jimmy Anderson still has is just remarkable. None of this should be happening. No, a seamer should not take 700 wickets in test matches. Somewhere Courtney Walsh is looking on, just nodding sagely at all of this. Just a remarkable record.
Well, Ben Stokes provided England's highlight yesterday with his first wicket in 9 months of ball. In 9 months, Jimmy Anderson has provided today's highlight. Maybe there's more to come. First delivery to Mohammad Siraj is pushed away out in the onside, and there's no run. It was a classic setup, wasn't it?
It was a classic setup from somebody, a fast bowler in their sort of informative years, when they've got a lot more energy and a lot more, I think, enthusiasm in their legs. But talk about enthusiasm, he's still got a great enthusiasm for the game. 41 years old, a nice smile, just a hand in the air.
Oh, that's an in-swinger to Siraj, who leaves it alone and is relieved that it misses the off stump. And what an over, what a moment, what a memory, Jimmy Anderson. When he smiles, he does so almost reluctantly, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. I was just about to say that. he'll not like the fuss that is going his way. He's not. Stuart Broad was flamboyant. He was a showman. He was somebody who loved this. Did Stuart, and there's nothing wrong with that. Brilliant. Brodie was somebody who complimented Anderson, unbelievably well, just simply because of, the way the two of them were different in height, different in stature, but different in character as well. See a picture of mum and dad of Jimmy Anderson, where the families are on the I think I would imagine it's the ECB box and the family box. Proud parents, proud man, brilliant achievement. This achievement I don't think will ever be beaten.
Oh, Bashir has beaten Jasprit Bumrah outside the off stump here, and there's an appeal for a stumping. Ben Foakes is not very confident, but he'll ask anyway, and it's been referred to the third umpire.
Yeah, it's been referred to the third umpire, but I think if I was Ben Stokes, I'd be asking for the catch as well. I've got 2 reviews remaining. I thought there was a noise there as well. So because of the stumping, he can't ask for the catch as well. But I think he's might have nicked this. There was definitely a noise before Ben Foakes caught that. Whether he scraped the bat off the floor, I'm not so sure. But
incidentally, on the subject of Mr. and Mrs. Anderson, you can see where Jimmy gets his genes from. Gee, they look terrific.
Yeah.
Nice and slow.
Oh, I tell you what, this stumping might be a bit closer than we thought. Oh, it's on the line. It's his foot's on the line. Is it behind?
I want to see this. I think we need the stump cam for this.
Yeah, I think it's a millimetre behind. When the bail comes off there, he's just behind, but it's not very clear, to be fair. I could see how 20% of people would give this out, maybe 80% would give it not out.
Yeah.
I think for the good of the game, I'd love to be giving it out.
Yeah, he's a number 11, so based on that, I'll revise my estimations. So 40% will give it. Oh, here we go. This will be a good angle.
The stump cam.
I think he's just behind there, isn't he?
I think he's on the line.
I think he's on the line. I'm not convinced that there's anything behind this line. I reckon he's on the line. He's got a good piece of the line.
I reckon if this is an opening batter, he's not out.
And because it's a number 11.
Might be out.
Yeah, give him out. Off you go. Let's get on with the game.
Kumar
Now the side on the second one.
Kumar Damasina
the split screen if you can.
is the man struggling, and
he's doing well though. He's asking for all the right things here. Yeah, I think that angle suggests he's in, but it's not by much anyway.
Can you go to the stump vision, please?
I think he's going out.
Stump cam.
I think it's 50-50.
I actually think he is going out.
He seems to be out. Yeah,
I think he's trying. Put it this way, I think he's trying to find a way to give it out.
I think he wants to give it out.
I made my decision. There is no part behind the popping crease.
He's out.
You can go to
Shoaib Bashir has a 5-wicket haul for the second time in the series, and Jasprit Bumrah stumped Foakes, bowled Bashir, giving Shoaib Bashir figures of 5 for 173. Bumrah goes for 20, and India have been bowled out for 477 for an overall lead of 259. What a performance from Shoaib Bashir and Jimmy Anderson, taking the last 2 wickets, not before a partnership of 49 for the 9th wicket, but England have successfully achieved part 1 of their task for the next 3 days by taking those 2 wickets quickly. They just have to score 450 now and reverse the pressure back on India, but the pitch is still very, very good, so it's blameless. Anyway, it's Jimmy Anderson's moment.
Jimmy Anderson's moment. Job done. Excellent from Shoaib Bashir, but an unbelievable achievement. Jimmy Anderson's reluctantly taking the applause off his team and off the crowd. He's trying to let his teammates go with him. He's trying to give Shoaib Bashir the limelight as well, but none of them are letting him go. Yeah, Jimmy's he's reluctant when it comes to the limelight, but what an achievement. 700 Test match wickets. It's unthinkable, and
it's making your eyes water.
It
isn't it?
Really is. It's quite emotional watching somebody who you've played a lot of cricket with, spent a lot of time with, and seen him over the course of the last 10 years when I finish, to go on and to be this iconic figure of English cricket, of world cricket. So to see him have his individual day in the spotlight, I think makes it all more special. He is a wonderful character. He is somebody whose longevity will never ever be beaten. And like Jared mentioned before, he's a bowler bowling in Indian conditions. He bowls a bouncer, then he bowls a perfect set-up ball, which is nicked off from a good length coming forward. It doesn't matter whether it's a tail ender or not. This has been an iconic day for English cricket, because nobody will get anywhere near 700 Test match wickets in the future. And a nice little touch at the end there. Shoaib Bashir give the ball to Jimmy Anderson, and as he was walking off, Jimmy Anderson give it back to Shoaib Bashir to say, no, you've got 5 foot, you take the ball off. So Shoaib Bashir has got a ball as a souvenir, that he's taking his second 5 foot in first class cricket and in Test cricket. And it's the same ball that Jimmy Anderson took 700 Test match wickets. That will be worth an absolute fortune in the future. Anderson, we see in pictures of him raising the ball, pointing, I'm assuming, to mum and dad. Proud day for the Anderson family. Proud day for English cricket, because an absolute legend's gone by a milestone that nobody will get anywhere near.
And the lad from Burnley who made his debut for England 21 years ago. Yeah, I suppose the other thing is that he could say to Shoaib Bashir, I've got 28 of these already.
Yeah, he could do it, but he's not like that. That's the thing. Brodie would, and Stuart would, but no, Jimmy. Yeah, sorry, Stuart, but no, Jimmy wouldn't. And there will be a talk of what now for Anderson after this Test match. I think he'll quickly rebuff anybody that thinks once he got to 700, because there were people thinking gets to 700 and then does he make a decision. I think that decision would be Rob Keane, Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum. I'm available for Lords in a few months' time, and I'll be there.
To look at the bowling, let's begin with Shoaib Bashir. 5 for 173, and once again, there might be some people who wonder whether that's a double-edged sword or a slightly bitter pill that should taste a bit sweeter. The fact that he's gone for 173. Please correct that impression, because it's 5 for 173 and he's bowled 46 overs. So, yeah, I mean, you'd almost be more proud of numbers like that than you would have, of an easy sort of 5 for 60.
100% agree. I really do 100% agree. He's bowled to bowl 46 overs in a Test match, especially at the age he's at, the infancy of his career, never mind his Test match career. And Jimmy did that. Yeah, Jimmy Anderson did that. Came into the England team, made his debut in 2003 with very little first class experience behind him. Selectors plucked him out of nowhere, seen him playing, for Lancashire second team into the first team. So for Shoaib Bashir to start on a journey where one of the greatest of all time had a career very, very similar, where he came into the Test arena having to learn on the sort of learn his cricket on the job, is fantastic, and the education that he's had since he's been in India is great. So I think Shoaib Bashir, Tom Hartley have been a real find on this trip, and Bashir's now getting the rewards of the 2 fifers that he's got for all the hard work he's shown and put in over the course of these last 3 or 4 weeks he's been out in India.
James Anderson 2 for 60, Tom Hartley 2 for 126, his overnight figures. But Shoaib Bashir 5 for 173. India bowled out for 477. England's deficit is 259. Jared Kimber is going to give us an update on a Test match going on the other side of the world between Australia and New Zealand, and while he does that, John Norman will take over from me.
Yeah, a fascinating game, because it's been absolutely careering so far, and in the last session it's like everyone pressed the pause button. But New Zealand were bowled out for 162 on day one, with Josh Hazlewood taking 5 for 31, and really no one outside of Tom Latham looking all that set. He made 38. And then in response, Australia made 256. Marnus Labuschagne made 90, but everyone else kind of got a start and didn't go on. Even the tail kicked a little bit. So Australia had a good lead, but New Zealand is now back in the lead, 105-1. They are currently 11 runs in front, and Kane Williamson is on 48, and Tom Latham just passed his 50. So again, looking like the best, and it's flattened out that wicket quite a bit. So it's almost a straight shootout now with 9 wickets in hand, and the score is pretty much level. So it's a very interesting game. We're just after drinks on day 2. So things were flying, and now things are more settled.
Go New Zealand.
A little walk in the park now.
We were talking about it before play, weren't we? And it reminded me a little of the test match that we were at, Harmy, in Wellington, where New Zealand had to follow on a course, and then the pitch just flattened out. Kane Williamson got settled in, even though I think New Zealand were 3 or 4 down in second innings, and then they just batted. They batted and batted and batted, and a 3-day test became a 5-day test. And actually, if not for Harry Brook, I think it would have ended up as a draw.
Yeah, Did Harry Brook break the partnership with the...
got rid of Williamson. Caught down the leg side.
We were like looking and thinking... I think Sam Allard did he not have an interview with Harry Brook the night before? Harry got a big 100, didn't he? So he had that... I think he got a big 100, and I think Sam's interview, Harry Brook was talking about possibilities of him bowling. And we were like, nah, general all-rounder, no chance. And then he comes and gets Kane Williamson out. So it was a bizarre test match, because it went in fast forward, and a little bit like what Jared's saying about this one. It didn't stop, but it slowed right down, but the pitch did flatten out. I wonder if that's going to do the same here, where this pitch really flattens out, and if England can somehow keep their discipline, which has been quite difficult in patches on this trip, they can make a big score. But that test match in Wellington will be remembered for all sorts of great reasons. Neil Wagner by the end, Jimmy Anderson even coming in to bat at the end and running down the wicket and belting it for 4. England's last wicket partnership nearly getting them over the line. But it was a great test match. There's always great test matches in Wellington. It's a fantastic venue for cricket for me, and it will be interesting to see what the mindset of New Zealand would be if they do start getting close to a win, because it's been a long time since they've getting anywhere near beating Australia in New Zealand.
I think they've beaten them twice since 1993. So that's about as one-sided as the rugby's been between those two countries, but in the opposite way. But yep, so we'll keep you in touch with that one. Jared will keep an eye on that over the next couple of hours or so.
Jimmy Anderson played his first test in May 2003. I get this right eventually. May 2003. In August of 2003, MySpace was invented, the first social media platform. He's older than social media.
Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson made his one-day debut a day before me.
Was it 2002?
2002. Hang on, mate. He's not just older than social media. He's been playing...
His career is older, I should say.
Is older.
Just his career.
It's mind-boggling that what you can get up off the what Jimmy Anderson's done over the course of his career. But 700 wickets. There's no other seamer getting there, and you could argue, is there another bowler getting anywhere near when it comes to spin bowlers in Test match cricket around the world?
It's an impressive stat, but there is one other stat that he could break. I couldn't help but noticing, but at the start of this year, he was 17 tests behind Sachin Tendulkar. And England play 17 tests this year. Now, of course, he didn't play in the first one, did he? No. And he was never going to play all 5, but he's played 4 of them. But if Jimmy Anderson plays every test this year, bar the one that he's missed, he'll be on, I believe, 199 tests. He ain't going to be retiring this year.
No, he's not going to be retiring this year if he plays them all. And I think he'll play the majority.
He could break
I think he'll play the majority.
Sachin Tendulkar's test record against India next year. Drop mic, walk off into the sunset.
Yeah, but I think that then, if he does break that and he is going well, then you are putting him in the bracket of going, does he go to Australia? he'd be nearly 43 by then. Do you know what I mean? That's what we're talking about. And you can never write Jimmy Anderson off. Yeah, you can never write this team off. And you can never close the door on Jimmy Anderson, because he'll always, if he doesn't slam it in your face, he'll kick it in your face.
Do you know what? There's something else as well. I've just realised. England are about to bat, by the way. They've had a good morning, good half an hour. India led by 255 runs, and they've been bowled out this morning. And they lead by 259 runs, 2 wickets, with a score of 477. 477 for 8 became 477. All out. A 5 for Shoaib Bashir, and wicket number 700 for Jimmy Anderson. And Zach Crawley is about to face the first ball of the innings. And it's Jasprit Bumrah who is in. A little bit of a loosener, no great pace there from the bowler or out the pitch. So, I've just realised something. Who was Jimmy Anderson's opponent in his first ever Test match back in 2003? It was
Zimbabwe.
And who are England playing first Test of next summer at Lord's?
So much has happened in Zimbabwe cricket between then and now.
Bumrah again, and left alone by Crawley. So if Jimmy Anderson plays every Test for the rest of the year, I think he'll be on 199 tests. He could play his first Test against Zimbabwe and then his 200th Test against Zimbabwe. And has he played Zimbabwe between that? Has England played Zimbabwe since his debut?
Wasn't there one other series?
Well, I reckon he must have done. Cause is it Mark Vermeulen? Mark Vermeulen is, I think, he's his 100th, when he got his 100th wicket. So yes.
That's the voice of Alex Tudor as Zach Crawley is forward and pushes this ball from Jasprit Bumrah. India are bowling, if you're just joining us here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Crawley and Duckett. Sounds like that. What was that? Hinge and Brackett. Remember them?
Can't say I did, Johnny.
You can't remember Hinge and Brackett?
No. I
Google
remember many things. I was watching Dempsey and Makepeace yesterday.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, it was a little bit after Hinge and Brackett. Anyway, Crawley and Duckett, and it's Zach Crawley yet to get off the mark. He's faced 3 deliveries, and he's wrapped on the pads. A little yelp from the slip cordon. Rohit Sharma's not on the field, by the way. Jasprit Bumrah, the vice-captain, is the captain, whilst Sharma is off the field. England will be hoping to do a little better than they did in the first innings. I mean, essentially, Tudes, England, if they're batting at stumps, they'll have a lead. You'd think?
Yeah.
That's how they've got to look at it, don't they?
Yeah, 100%. Just, you know.
There's a short mid-wicket in place and 2 slips as Bumrah is in, and this just pops up straight. I would have gone straight to straight mid-wicket, and there has been a straight mid-wicket at times in this pitch and in this series, but safe from Crawley, who's just on the shot a fraction too early. We've seen that from him a few times, especially against Jasprit Bumrah, but no damage done there. England yet to get off the mark. India bowled out for 477. England trail by 259. Bags of time left on day 3 in this 5th and final Test match as Bumrah is in and Crawley. A little bit cramped for room and a little bit hurried up as well. There's not great pace there. And he pushes this out to the offside. A maiden to start England's second innings there, 0 for 0. But the point is, as we were just saying, Alex Tudor, former England fast bowler, if they're batting by stumps and the way they go, they'll be ahead of India, and that's really their first objective, surely.
Well, you say...
Or their only objective right now.
Well, you say they're talking in change rooms. Can we bat a day? Can we bat a day? Can we go past 80 overs? As you say, if England bat that way and bat for 80 overs, they will be in front. And then, as you say, you say game on. Well, I say game on, but I mean, gives them an opportunity. I reckon, let's say you lose 2 wickets per session, so you're 6 down at the end of the day's play. Of a lead, you know, if England bat all day, they're going to score 300 plus, aren't they? So they might have a lead of 80, 90, possibly 100. I mean, I'm reaching stars a little bit. But it's possible the wickets, not doing unbelievable things. It's still a good wicket, day 3. Shown yesterday by India, by Gill, by the skipper Rohit Sharma.
Well, also by Kuldeep Yadav and by Jasprit Bumrah.
They batted balls, didn't they?
I think it was a Yadav or Jasprit Bumrah this morning. We were off air, and he defended a ball from Jimmy Anderson to mid-off, and you were like, well, look, there's nothing in this pitch.
No.
Well, of course there is something in the pitch, right?
Yeah.
But it's a good track. As R. Ashwin is to bowl the second over. He's going to be opening with Jasprit Bumrah, and Ben Duckett is clipping this towards square leg where there's a misfield from Mohammad Siraj, and Duckett comes back for a second. So he's off the mark first ball. England at 2 without loss. And they trail by 257 here on TalkSport 2.
I think if you that word application, and you set your stall like that, you're going to bat all day, you're going to keep India out there, then anything's possible.
But that's just not how England do things, though, is it? I mean, it isn't.
Aiming for a lead.
On the sweep is Duckett. This is outside off stump. So he's sweeping on line. But he doesn't connect. There's a short leg in place, a slip.
They'll be aiming for a lead by tea, won't they?
Yeah.
Maybe drinks in the middle session?
There's a chatter. You can hear the chatter. It's quite interesting. As Ashwin is in and Duckett is back. He exposes all 3 stumps, pushes his ball to cover, no run. Yeah, I'm not sure if you saw anything or read anything surrounding the Ollie Pope dismissal, where Jurel was talking to Kuldeep Yadav just before Ollie Pope came down the track. R. Ashwin again, this is straighter, and that isn't a million miles away from Sarfraz Khan at short leg. So already in this first 4 deliveries bowled by R. Ashwin, a couple of runs have come from the bat, but with Duckett keeping short leg and slip interested actually on 2 deliveries down the track and bowled him. Well, R. Ashwin has just schooled Ben Duckett. Duckett, 5th ball, has tried to win the game with a shot. He's yorked himself, and R. Ashwin has bowled Ben Duckett off stump knockback, and England lose their first wicket in the second over. They're 2 for 1.
Well, I can't defend that. That's rubbish. That's rubbish batting. That's all I can say. It's the second over of your second innings, and you've shown your intent with a sweep. It's a new ball. It's just sliding out. There's no prodigious turn, anything. But again, he'll say that's the way he plays. And, as I said, for the cricket purists, the lover thinking, look, there's more ways to skin a cat, and you just cannot, against world-class bowlers, just behave that way. For me, you just can't do it. You've got to show something different. You've got to have more tricks, more strings to your bow if you want to have a long career.
I really like Ben Duckett. We commentated on his first international appearance for England back in 2016. He played against Bangladesh in an ODI series. I think me and you two were at a T20 finals day. I think in the semi-final we played. There are players that are a cut above, right? And we watched an innings of real quality, and we knew that he was destined for international success, right? And then, of course, he spent a period outside of the game. He's back in the side. A brilliant innings earlier on in the series. But come on. I mean, you're batting against Ravichandran Ashwin, and Pope forward and picks out short mid wicket. I'd like to know his full shot percentage in the 5 balls that he faced against Ashwin there. I'd say it's 3 of the 5 were full shots.
I think what happened was when he got that inside edge past short leg, And he's been out, twice in this series playing that way, and another time he tried to get the bat out the way and got LBW. That's the ball that gets him, right? He doesn't know what to do to it, and if he can't sweep it, he doesn't have another option. And so he kind of pressed the nuclear button there, didn't he, Tudes? Okay, I can't sweep it, I can't play it straight, so what I'm going to have to do is actually come out and put some pressure on him. But he did that in a way that a 13-year-old who bats number 8 in a club game does it, right? There was no clear plan about the shot. It was just, I need to get down here and do something. And, Tudes can't help but get his school teacher hat on when he sees that sort of stuff.
2 slips in place, and Crawley facing Jasprit Bumrah. Yet to get off the mark, Zach Crawley. He's faced 6 deliveries. Ollie Pope is at the other end after Duckett was dismissed in the second over.
Tudes has already sent him a message saying, I will not run down the wicket to R. Ashwin. I will.
Front and back, not just the front of the page. I want front and back. Neatly. Finger space in between.
Well, that's sobered us up a little bit. 2 quick wickets for England, and an even quicker one for India. England 2 for 1 as Bumrah again. He's angling this delivery in on the pads of Zach Crawley. He's trying to play this through the mid-wicket region. We're seeing a replay of the Ben Duckett dismissal. It was wild. It was woolly.
It's second over, Johnny. Second over.
Well, technically, I mean, you talk about the shot selection, but if you're going to play that shot, don't you play it a little bit straighter? Don't you? Bumrah past the umpire, right arm over the wicket, and Crawley presents a straight bat, pushes it to mid-on, no run. 2 for 1 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, I just think it was a panic. As I said, I think it was one of those moments where you think, I need to get down the wicket, I need to get down the wicket. And then when he comes down the wicket, he's outside leg stump, Tudes, by what, 1.5 feet, 2 feet? So he hasn't even come towards the ball. He's in the wrong position, he plays the wrong shot, and he gets yorked, which doesn't help him, if we're being honest, but probably didn't matter by that point.
Bumrah again, and this doesn't fly too far short of Sarfraz Khan. That man again at very short mid-wicket, and he flicks the ball underarm at the non-striker's end, as is his wont. 2 for 1 England.
And when you have a team that bat in this fashion, as a captain, as a bowling unit, all you need to know is just put the ball in the area more than enough. That's all you need to do. You don't have to do anything fancy, because they're going to keep coming at you, and at some stage they're going to make an error. And can we take the chance when it comes?
Can't you just knock it to long off? Forward and driven by Crawley. Bumrah gets the fingertips to the ball, which deviates onto the stumps, but Ollie Pope thankfully is behind the crease.
I mean, and the atmosphere that he created in the change room is fantastic, and no one feels like they're under pressure or anything. But I could imagine, Stewie when he opened for England, or Affers or someone like that played that. You're walking back in and Gucci's in there or something. I mean, you would have to walk off the other side of the ground. You couldn't come in the change room after playing a shot like that.
Last ball of Bumrah's over, and he has beaten Zach Crawley with a ball that has angled in on off stump and then straightened and gone back past the outside edge as Crawley tries to play down the ground. Could have been caught behind, could have been bowled. As it is, Crawley survives. 12 balls faced, yet to get off the mark. He's getting a real examination from Bumrah, as are England, and unfortunately they're failing it. 2 for 1 at the end of the third over, and after a word from Jarrod Kimber, who's got a smile on his face that concerns me, it'll be Andrew McKenna.
Gary Morgan might be getting slightly ahead of himself, Tudes, but he has sent through England's lowest third innings totals. Already, there's only 1 wicket, but Gary Morgan's all over it. Just so that you're aware, it was 2009, the 51 all-out at Kingston. Was that Jermaine Lawson? Who was the West Indian bowler that went through England in that one? Do you remember?
Jermaine Lawson. Who's that name? That's a name, that.
Ashwin to start a new over around the wicket, and Ollie Pope will hit to point to Jadeja. There's no run. That's why I was smiling. I'd just seen that message from Gary.
It was Jerome Taylor.
Yeah.
There was a couple of guys with similar names that bowled for the West Indies at that time, and I couldn't remember which one was
he could bowl. I'll tell you, he could bowl. with pace as well. And I remember he burst on sea, got 5 for against Australia.
Ashwin in once again. Pope stays deep in the crease, turns it through square leg, and there is no run on this occasion. Well, what a morning this has been. James Anderson 700th. India bowled out 477, a lead of 259, and England already 2 for 1. Pope waits for Ashwin. It's turned almost to Sarfraz at short leg. It's a little bit squarer than that, and it's safely down to short fine leg, and there is no run. Ashwin 1 for 2 already. England halfway through the 4th over of their second innings. Ashwin around the wicket, slightly shorter outside of off stump, and Ollie Pope's hit that through point for 4. And that was all controlled. The bowler gave him the length and the width, and Ollie Pope takes advantage. England 6 for 1, trailing by 253 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, that ball just sliding on. Ollie Pope rocking on to the back foot and dispatching that extremely well. Good shot. As you say, with this new ball, Ashwin's not going to get a lot of spin. Just sliding on. Dispatched that beautifully. 4 runs to get him off and running.
Ashwin around the wicket once again. Well, again, that's shorter in length. Give Pope time to pull it into the leg side. There is a man out there. It's Akshar Patel who's at deep mid-wickets. And so it is a couple of runs. If you are just joining us, Akshar is on the field because Rohit Sharma isn't. He's got a stiff back, the Indian captain. So Jasprit Bumrah is opening the bowling and, as vice-captain, is stepping up. So that's the reason that Rohit is off the field. Ashwin to finish the over. It's played into the onside again by Pope. That's a good single. Padikkal will pick up the ball at mid-wicket. 4 overs gone then, England 9 for 1. The deficit now 250 runs here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Your commentary was great on the Duckett wickets, Jude, in the fact that you just absolutely called it. What made it more frustrating for me was, if we look at the bottom end of the Indian scorecard, Kuldeep bats 69 balls for 30. Jasprit Bumrah 64 balls for his 20. We're not talking about a minefield.
No, the only thing I would suggest is that Ashwin in the second innings in Asia with the new ball averages 18. Maybe not. This is not completely that wicket, but he is hard to play, and Duckett doesn't play him particularly well. So I'll throw that in. But having said that, as the great man said, there's no defence for that. It was rubbish.
But at least have a look at it. At least have a look. Bumrah to start a new over. It's the outside edge of Pope's bat, and it'll go past Padikkal at second slip and go down to third for a boundary. His second boundary, that one all along the floor. It went straight downwards. England 13 for 1. Pope has 11.
I was going to ask you, Mackie, you played a lot of cricket. I was saying, if one of your opening batters in club cricket would have done that, I'm sure there would have been a few words when they walked off. I mean, just bat. Just bat. Show you can do something different. By all means, take the positive approach. But as Gerard said, I think he was worried about that ball that slid on, beating him the inside, so if he wasn't sweeping. Wow.
That's a great look. Someone in the crowd has gone for the old peroxide blonde. Jasprit Bumrah is in. It's full and straight. Pope will clip wide of mid-on, and Ashwin looks like he's in diver's boots going after that one. He's not going to get there. It's 4 more for Ollie Pope. His third boundary of his innings. England 17 for 1.
Striking it nicely. This is a great shot. Sort of bat length, full face, but he's played it with the full face of the bat. He's hit it just wide of mid-on, but the bat's come down nice and straight. That's what I like to see from Ollie Pope. Good balance.
The other thing about this is, sorry Alex, is he looks a lot calmer. In the early part of some of his innings, he's been a bit frantic. On this occasion, Bumrah is in, Pope is forward and plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run.
I think also, it's just a small thing for him. I think he prefers to have at least one seamer on. Ball just coming onto the bat a little bit more. I think Pope's biggest problem is starting, but I think it's specifically starting when there's spin at both ends. And he feels like he can't open the face and guide one away, or use his hands and turn one to the leg side. Just these kind of standard shots. 3 slips have now been stationed behind him.
As Bumrah runs towards the commentary box end, delivers. Ollie Pope turns to mid-wicket, and again there's a pretty easy single there. Siraj has done the fielding. It's a single taken, 18 for 1. Siraj not used so far. 2 bowlers used, Bumrah and Ashwin. Will Siraj even get a bowl? If the spinners come on and do their thing, we are expecting Kuldeep to turn it big once again, as he did earlier on day 1 of this match. Remember, we're only on day 3, 50 minutes into day 3. And it's another glorious day. It's still pretty cool. It's 12 degrees at first ball. Bumrah goes in, hits the thigh pad of Crawley, and they'll take a leg bye to square leg. Crawley still not yet off the mark. He's now 0 from 13 balls. England 19 for 1, with Ollie Pope at the other end now with 16.
The more I think about it, Mackie, I'm thinking, Ben Duckett, he's batted well on this tour. 300 odd runs in this series so far. And that's going to be your memory of him, his last innings in India, this series. And then it was that shot, second over, against spin that's not spinning it big, with the new ball just sliding on.
Bumrah in, right arm over to Pope. He's trying to bring him forward, play the push drive. It's pushed to Akshar Patel at mid-off. And there's no run. 19 for 1, England, at the end of 5 overs here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2, and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. England 240 behind. Don't forget, more football coming your way. It is Saturday, and there's 3 games for you. Starting at lunchtime, Manchester United-Everton is the game on TalkSport. At the same time, Cardiff-Ipswich is on TalkSport 2 in the Championship. Of course, the EFL exclusively live on the TalkSport network on national radio. And then 3 o'clock, another Premier League game for you. This is where we lose our boss for the afternoon, because Fulham are involved. They're away at Wolves, so don't try and get hold of John Norman this afternoon, because he's going to be listening to TalkSport 2.
I reckon they're going down at Wolves. Sorry, sorry, boss.
Mate, you are aware that he authorises your invoices. Yeah, wait till it clears, and then you can give him all you like. But, yeah, you may have gone a touch early. All right, then Ashwin for his 3rd over. He's going to be over the wicket to Crawley. Wow, that turned down the leg side. It's gone down. The keeper, Jurel, has dived to his left. Leg slip, can't get near it. And they're going to take a couple of byes. I thought I heard a noise, but it was just Crawley's movement that created the noise, and it ripped. Oh my days, that ripped. And it's gone miles down the leg side.
Yeah, it's a massive turn. Wow, that's like it's hit a pebble or something. That has gone sideways from straight.
That's gone more than 45 degrees, folks. Ashwin will come in and bowl once again. That's the straight one, and Crawley plays defensively, no run. I don't know how I can adequately describe how much that has turned from about middle and off. In fact, it's gone from outside off. Jurel is diving Superman style full length and hasn't got it. Crawley on this occasion down the leg side, he's turned it round the corner, and Ashwin's got a second. Crawley's gone for a duck, and Sarfraz takes the catch under the helmet at leg slip. Crawley goes. England are 2 down already, 21 for 2. They still trail by 238 runs, and Ashwin has 2 for 9.
That's well class, that, from Ravi Ashwin. 2 balls before, I think that's playing in his head. Sarfraz goes finer after that delivery 2 balls ago. And it's that plays in the mind, doesn't it, when you get that prodigious turn, and he's just played, it's at the inside portion of the bat. Sarfraz Khan is lower, leg slip, takes a good catch. That was a 15-ball duck for Zach Crawley, and England, sorry England listeners, are 21 for 2 of 5.3 overs.
You know, Indian fans, all serious dudes, have been talking about the fact that they haven't used the spinners enough against the England opening batters. So, Crawley, who doesn't play the spin as well as Duckett does, has been, just smashing the seamers around everywhere, getting to really good starts, and Duckett's being set, so when he faces the spinners, it's a little bit different. This is kind of what they wanted. Bumrah at one end, Ashwin at the other end. You've still got Jadeja and Kuldeep and Siraj to bowl with the old ball later on. It's that partnership that I think have caused a little bit more trouble for the England players. It's a much better way of going up against them. Doesn't matter because they're going to win 4-1 anyway, Macca. But it's England have had so many good starts, and eventually India have worked out, probably the perfect combination to stop that from happening. And the perfect combination is just Ashwin.
Ashwin and whoever. Well, it's interesting. We were having a little chat earlier, Tudes and I, about how cricket evolves. And it used to be that Joe Root used to be coming in at 20 for 2, and then the opening partnership for England had sorted itself out, and it was the middle order that's problem. Well, Joe Root's back in at 20 for 2 once again. And he is, and Ashwin is bowling to him his first delivery. Root is forward, pushing back to the bowler, no run.
Just want to talk about Ashwin. I obviously, this is radio and I can't show it 100%, but I found 3 dismissals of Duckett to Ashwin.
Ashwin to Root, bit of loop on that one, clips through mid-wicket. Root will be off the mark with a single, 22 for 2.
And I think they are all relatively early in the innings. You've got him propping forward and getting the inside edge to short leg. You've got him getting an inside edge onto his pad, going up in the air, and the wicketkeeper came around and caught it. So basically the same dismissal twice. And then you've got an LBW to almost identical delivery. It's knee, hitting the knee roll around middle and leg. And just before he played that shot,
Ashwin is into Pope, he's squirting across that one. It's out to deep mid-wicket for a single, 23 for 2.
Just before he played that shot, he did the exact same thing again. He got an inside edge just past a short leg, and you could see straight away he was like, I can't let him do this again. Not justifying any of it, Tudes. I'm just saying that is the issue that he has, that he doesn't have an answer for Ashwin's best ball when the ball's new and it's skidding on, and that's his problem. It's the skidding on. It's not ripping past him that he has trouble with.
TalkSport 2, TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. If you're having an early Saturday morning, good morning, the YouTube channel viewers, by the way. We always like to give you a little wave just before 5 o'clock in the morning. I mean, there's a chance you're on the way home. I mean, let's be honest about it. If you are, hope you had a good one. If you're up early for the start of a new day, have a good one. And let's hope England can continue to fight. Bumrah will bowl to Ollie Pope, still with 3 slips in place. Beats him on the outside edge. And it's through to Durrell, and there's no run. Pope reached out for that one, had a fish. Fortunately, nothing appeared on the hook at the end of it.
Sorry, just to finish up, Cricketers have just said that was the first time this series that Duckett has advanced to spin. The wicket was the first time he'd gone out to spin coming down the crease, and it was the first time he'd left the crease to Ashwin.
Well, it'll also be the last.
For this series.
Bumrah turns and makes his way in once again. Ollie Pope waits, and he's getting, now that kept low, and Pope has squirted that out to mid-wicket and immediately looks at the toe end of his bat. Well, that's the last thing that England need. They've got Ashwin at one end ripping it 45 feet, and now Bumrah's getting them that keep in shin height. It's remarkable. An hour ago, this wicket was doing absolutely nothing, and the Indian tail were playing it like they were holding a barn door, and it's hitting the middle of the bat. And cricket's a stupid game like this. All of a sudden, one wicket or a change of innings, and it looks an entirely different sport you're watching. Bumrah is in once again. Pope is forward. That solidly hits the middle of the bat. Ashwin will field at mid-on, and there's no run. 23 for 2. England's innings started trailing by 259. So they're still a long way away from even thinking about making India bat again at this stage. Well, yesterday we said Monday was off the cards. Have we all got Mothering Sunday tables booked? Jasprit Bumrah is in. Ollie Pope has a wide drive at one and misses through to the keeper. No run. Might be able to get a table booked for supper this evening at this rate.
Just looking anxious. Just look how he wants to fill bat and ball. That was wide. Generally, you would look to leave that alone. It just feels he wants to fill bat and ball. Just sort of stabbing at the ball. Just wait for it to come to you. Play the ball underneath your eyes. especially on this wicket. Certain ones are coming on, certain ones are not. So you don't want to play with your hands out in front of you. Scoot one to a close cover or anything like that. Just give yourself some time. Time England have.
Bumrah approaches the wicket, delivers once again. Pope is forward, pushing to mid-on, calls Root for a sharpish single. That Root was a little bit slow off the mark, but it's actually safely there. The throw to Jurel is a pretty ordinary one. It takes him on the finger end, and the keeper is not going to be happy. And sorry, I'm giggling because the TV are showing the 3 balls of Ashwin against Crawley last over. The first one spun 10.4 degrees.
Just to explain this, 4 degrees is considered ragging.
Is it?
2.5 times ragging. I mean, it must have hit a crack, right? I mean,
no, but I looked for that.
I don't think
it didn't. It's like it's like, you know, like if you was on a trampoline and it just went boom, it just turned like if you hit a stone.
Bumrah to complete the over, goes in and bowls. Root covers up defensively. And there's no run to end the over. 7 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. 24 for 2 England, replying to that deficit of 259 on first innings. Jared Kimber.
It hit a gremlin? It's a ridiculous ball. It really is. Do you know, me and Harmy started to have slight suspicions about Hawkeye because it produces some random results. If that ball had hit his pad, there's no way we would have believed that it would have done what it did. Right? Me and Harmy would have been sitting here like looking at each other side eye and going, Hawkeye's at it again. Whereas Hawkeye accurately showed us what that ball did, and I still don't believe it, actually.
Well, what a first hour we have had. James Anderson has clocked up number 700. India have been bowled out. England have started their reply, and they are 24 for 2. New over from Ashwin begins, and it'll be clipped through the leg side by Joe Root. No, it's Ollie Pope who plays that, my apologies. He gets another single to add to the total. 25 for 2. Ashwin 2 for 12. Joe Root waits with 3 men around him. Oh, that was a straight one. That might be the Karen ball. And Joe Root was getting very chest on there and ends up playing it with the outside edge out on the offside, and there's no run. Ashwin in over the wicket. Root, bat and pad close together. It's out to Sarfraz under the helmet at short leg, no run. Harmy's replaced Shoots. Busy old morning, this one.
Yeah, busy morning. Some head scratching moments this morning. Big head scratching moments.
Ashwin goes in. Joe Root pulls out the reverse. That's a lovely shot all along the floor through third. And Joe Root has his first boundary of the innings. He goes to 5. England are 29 for 2.
Yeah, well executed shot from Joe Root. Stays down as long as he possibly can. Waits for the ball to pitch and then gets the bat down on it. Hands it over the top of the ball and his head still. So it's an excellent shot there from Joe Root. But yeah, head scratching moments. I'm still disbelief of what Ben Duckett was trying to do.
Ashwin in. Root clips on the leg side. It'll be out to the sweeper on the leg side for a single. 30 for 2.
I could give Zach Crawley, give him a little bit because of the two balls previous. His spun and then the next one didn't spin. So you can understand what he was trying to do, trying to sort of just help it round the corner and not. But he did pick the fielder straight out.
Ashwin in. It's another big spinning ball that Ollie Pope is playing a big drive at. He misses. It misses everything and goes for 4 byes through the keeper. How that's not a wicket ball in the scorebook, I have no idea. 8 overs gone, 34 for 2. Some thoughts from Steve Harmison, and Neil Manthorpe's going to pick up the commentary.
This is great sign. It really is great sign for England, because in Hyderabad, Ollie Pope looked like getting out every ball in his first 20 balls. And I think he's looked like getting out every ball in these 20 balls he's faced so far. He went on to get 196. So, yeah, that's a great sign for England. He's looking frantic, as he ever does in the first 20 balls. England 34 for 2. Like I said, head-scratching moments. Jimmy Anderson, 41-year-old, 700 Test wickets. Mind-boggling what an achievement that is. Great start for Shoaib Bashir in his career. Second 5 for But what Ben Duckett was doing, I'd love to know what's going through his head right this minute in time.
Jasprit Bumrah continues another over, and Joe Root plays it away defensively to cover point. No run.
We're going to see a replay of that ball in a minute, and here we go. So it's pitched half a foot outside off stump. It's hit a pile of dirt and missed leg stump by about, 3 inches, Harmy?
Yeah, I'm struggling to
2 inches.
2 inches. I'm struggling to watch the ball where it pitched, then where it's turned, and then where it's gone to, because I can't believe a number 3 batter in international cricket could play it like that.
Well, it wasn't just the batter. I want to talk about the keeper in a moment.
It's Bumrah.
You know what I'm going to say. That's
played defensively by Joe Root.
Jarrell's hands are, I would say here, let's have a look. Let's count this out. Jarrell's hands are 70 centimetres from that ball.
Over half a metre.
It's maybe, talk about modern players and changing times. You've got a batter play a cover drive to a ball that's just ragged past his leg stump, and a wicket keeper who's not even moved.
No, his hands haven't moved. There's not barely a twitch.
Yeah, I reckon. I think you'd see that. I wouldn't even see a third 11 cricket that whole passage apart from the ball was.
Here is Bumrah again. Bowls. Joe Root clips it away, straight to square leg. And there's no run. It's gone straight to the fielder. Now, I want to know how Shoaib Bashir feels seeing Ashwin turn the ball like that. Shoaib Bashir's put in a heroic performance. Honestly, in Test match cricket terms, for a 20-year-old to bowl 46 overs and take 5 for 173 is heroic. That's absolutely brilliant. And, he turned it enough to take wickets, but not vicious turn like that. It's like a different game, like a different pitch. Here's Bumrah again. Inside edge from Joe Root, and it's down to Kuldeep Yadav at fine leg, but he didn't know a great deal about that, Joe Root. He's just dragged that back just past his leg stump for a single.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, and there is lavish turn for R. Ashwin. But
as there was for Kuldeep Yadav.
As there was for Kuldeep Yadav. But still, Rohit Sharma comfortably, no emotion, goes forward, plays it with a full face of the bat, shows that he's in total control. So is Shubman Gill. There's at no point have I felt that about Ollie Pope or Ben Duckett or Zach Crawley.
Bumrah in once again. England remain 35 for 2 as Ollie Pope plays it away defensively on the offside. Do you know what you were talking about Liam Plunkett the other day? You said that sometimes he was better
from 7 to 11.
Yeah, after he's bowled half a dozen overs.
Yeah.
Do you not think that
Pope's the same.
Ollie? Yeah, exactly. Send Ollie Pope for a 5-kilometre run before he goes out to bat,
or send him in the nets for the first 25 balls and say that's your innings started. I'm loath to criticise because I think this kid is a wonderful player, and so is Zach, and so is Ben Duckett. But pressure.
Bumrah in again, and forward comes Ollie Pope, pushing that unconvincingly up towards mid-on, and he remains 19 from 22 balls. England 35 for 2, still trailing by 224.
But even that shot there, we'll make joke of my record as a number 11, but that shot, even that there, it's a ball about 5th stump, to which Ollie Pope's body is going down the line of middling leg. His big toes probably on off stump. His hands are away from his body, and then he's like pushing his hands down the pitch. So he's not exactly going. He's trying to hit that ball straight back to the bowler, with having a body position which, in theory, you should be trying to play that through cover point. So his body position is side on, chest on.
Ashwin, and turn and bounce here. Joe Root plays back to it, and it was the bounce that surprised Root. He was expecting the turn, but that kicked as well, and he just managed to turn it around the corner and scamper through for a single.
He's played it brilliantly well, though. Root there, he's played it very, very well. He's waited for the ball to bounce. He's in good position.
Ashwin, sweep, top edge, gonna be out, taken at square leg. The catch is taken by Devdutt Padikkal or Yashasvi Jaiswal, and Pope has gone, perished, top edge, Ashwin has another one, 3 for 18. He's a good sweeper. He scored a lot of runs with it. Scored 196, sweeping a lot in Hyderabad. But you live by the sword, you perish by it, and he's just top-edged it. Simple as you like. Yashasvi Jaiswal takes a straightforward catch at square leg, and England are 35 for 3.
I thought I'd seen it all for Ben Duckett. I'm speechless. I really am. I really don't want to go 2 foot in, deep in on what that was. I'm really struggling to describe what, not just that shot, that innings was. I could potentially go as far as to say that's the worst innings I've seen by a number 3 batter in international cricket. I really am. When you break that down, them 23 or 24 balls, at no point did I feel Ollie Pope was in total control. 1, of his body movement, 2, of his balance, shape, technique, what you need as a number 3. And the shot he's just played to get out. Wow. I mean, it was never there to sweep. It's like playing by numbers. And I like Ollie Pope. I think he's a wonderful talent, and I think he is a smashing player. I don't think he's a number 3, but this is the job he's got. And in times in his career, in times in the first 20-25 balls, he never really looks comfortable. I get that. I can put that to one side because he can go on. And that there, I'm sorry. That's a poor. I mean, that's a poor. That's a poor ending to a poor innings of a scrambled brain of somebody who on this tour has had a score of 193 or 196, what it is. Yeah, I know you always start on naught, but I hate criticising too heavily, too hard, too much. But for me, that's a poor shot, poor innings.
Do you know?
And that's not pressure from Ashwin. That's not pressure from Ashwin. That's playing by numbers. Right, I've blocked one. I'm struggling now. Right, I'll go to the sweep. Never there.
Ashwin into Johnny Bairstow, the new batsman, who pushes it away defensively on the offside. Do you remember about a year ago when Zach Crawley was just sinking in a swamp of noughts and twos and was being caught in the slips, and you said, for his own sake, could you please just leave him out? And I think that England decided before this series began that the top 7 was untouchable, that they were going to play every game. Dan Lawrence wasn't going to get a look in, and I think that that's a bit counterproductive. This time it's punched down towards long on, and they go through for another single, because Ollie Pope's been completely out of sorts and he would look nowhere in the 4th test, and maybe it was time to just, for his sake and the team's sake, to make a change.
Well, this whole team is a bit close shot like that.
Ashwin in again. Root comes forward, plays defensively. Bairstow who got off the mark previous ball.
This whole team is close shot like that. The England squad was picked off the back of there was 15, 16 men going out there, and they didn't replace.
That one is driven. That's a lovely shot from Joe Root. Beautiful shot, wide of long off, down to the boundary for 4. It was over-pitched. Certainly there for the drive. Joe Root has taken the invitation. He moves on to 12. England are 41 for 3.
Cricketers have just sent through the stats on teams batting against spin in the first 10 overs of Test matches in the last 4 years. So in that time, India have faced 154.4 overs. They average 49 runs per wicket. England have faced 150 overs and they average 16.5 runs per wicket.
So conclusion
is, but
what's the conclusion?
I mean, it's worse than 49, isn't it? It feels like there is something maybe with some of the England players and the ball skidding on a little bit that causes other problems, although that had nothing to do with Ollie Pope sweeping a ball that he could have almost pulled.
He could have pulled. He could have pulled, as much let go. I don't know.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah, and that's pushed straight back to the bowler. But Bumrah got a fingertip to it, and being the gentleman that he is almost embarrassed as he politely asks the umpire whether that might have been a run out at the non-striker's end. But you know, you hit the nail on the head when you said that Ollie Pope is playing by numbers. Like, it's been 6 balls since I swept, or I haven't swept for 5 minutes. I didn't sweep him in the last over. I'll sweep the next one.
The next one. That's what I did as a tail ender. That's what I did as a tail ender. Right, I don't back my defence. Right, I'll see if I can get these size 12s in the way, the big, long gangly legs in the way, and see if I can sweep one. I might not hit it, but at least I give him something to think about. I might change his length. That there, like I said, I don't want to make Ollie Pope a scapegoat.
Guided away by Johnny Bairstow to the slip cordon, actually, and Devdutt Padikkal, I think, is at first slip. India have been through quite a few slippers. Shubman Gill was in there and hung on to a couple of beauties and injured a finger, and so he's out the slip cordon now. And Rajat Paditar was in there, and he's not in the team anymore. Yashasvi Jaiswal has got tape on at least 6 of his of his 10 fingers and thumbs, so he is actually. Jaiswal's fielding it square leg. Here's Bumrah again, and Bairstow clips it beautifully off his pads through square leg and down to the boundary for 4. That's a lovely shot from Johnny Bairstow. Angled in, played it with the angle off his pads away for 4.
Yeah, use the angle, use the pace. Johnny Bairstow keeps his balance nicely, lets the ball come to him and just eases it into the leg side through square leg. Mind you, if I was on the Indian management team, I'm not sure I'd want Jaiswal anywhere near slip. I think them fingers are far too important to protect one just catching the turf or trying to grab one forward.
Here's Bumrah once again, and he's just a tiny bit wider of off stump this time, and it brings out the defensive shot. But seriously, Jaiswal, I mean, it looks like he's taped up his fingers like a wicketkeeper does.
He looks as though he's on his way into the ring, isn't he? Yeah, he's on his way into the ring. You know, we had the Joshua fight last night, second round win for Joshua, which was always going to be a non-contest. But yeah, he does look as though he's going to go into the ring, and I'm not saying he's a middleweight, but he might be a paperweight.
Featherweight. Clipped away off his toes again by Johnny Bairstow as Bumrah goes wide of the crease and tries to angle in a Yorker length delivery, and just clipped away nicely by Bairstow, who's made another dashing start, as he did scoring at a run a ball in the first innings. But it's been a tour of immense frustration for Johnny Bairstow, with no less than 6 scores between 20 and 40, well, actually 25 and 39.
Been less frantic though from Johnny Bairstow. He's took what's on offer. He's been given a ball and leg stump. He's put it away for 4. He ran hard there too, so it's less moving parts for Johnny in this innings.
Bumrah in once more, and Bairstow has an immaculate forward defensive shot, pushing it up towards mid-on. 47 for 3, 11 overs gone. England trailing by 212 earlier today. In an exhilarating first 20 minutes, India were bowled out for 477, lost their last 2 wickets to Jimmy Anderson, who took his 700th Test wicket when he had Kuldeep Yadav caught behind by Ben Foakes for 30, and then Shoaib Bashir completed his second 5-wicket haul of the series by having last man Jasprit Bumrah stumped by Foakes for 20. Deficit of 259. Since then, England have lost Zach Crawley for a 16-ball duck. Ben Duckett bowled by Ashwin, Ravi Ashwin for 2, and Ollie Pope top edging an ill-advised sweep shot for 19, called a square leg. Back goes Joe Root to Ashwin. He has all 3 for 23 into his 6th over. Taking the new ball, we've seen nothing from Mohammad Siraj so far, just Bumrah and Ashwin so far. Ashwin is absolutely at his best at the moment, and that one skids on outside the off stump, and Joe Root leaves it alone. And he wasn't at his best in the first couple of tests, was he, Ashwin?
No, he wasn't. I don't think he bowled badly. I thought he bowled quite well in the first couple of tests.
But his best is very good.
His best is very good. But he didn't get. I don't think he got the wickets he deserved in the early part of the career, early part of the series. I think he's now starting to get rewarded with, how good he's bowling with a bag of wickets.
Ashwin tosses that one up and deliberately, I think, bowls a full drivable length, and Bairstow just pushes it out to wide of cover, and he goes through for a simple single. It is possible. I mean, it's not like golfers will tell you that if you're on the tee and you've got a driver and you've started your backswing or even downswing, you can't stop. Pushed away defensively by Bairstow once again. I just want to say that many batsmen have, if they are playing a premeditated sweep, and Ollie Pope's not the first to say I'm going to sweep this one, you can stop, you can change, you don't have to go through with the shot. Pushed away defensively again by Johnny Bairstow. Think of the batsmen who...
You're right. You get to a point where you're thinking... I think most of the sweeps are predetermined, but you get to a point where you get there, and then all of a sudden you think if it's not there, then you adjust. But the last thing you do is try to hit it hard. You try and guide it down with a deflection of the sweep. Try and keep on top of it if it's just too short.
Here is Ashwin around the wicket now. That's swept by Johnny Bairstow. He's picked the length very quickly, and it's 4 runs. It's actually, rather than being too short to sweep, which Pope's was, that was almost too full to sweep from Johnny Bairstow. He's actually swept a half volley. He's hit it very hard into the gap for 4.
He has, yes, but he's adjusted. He's gotten into the position, and then he's seen that it's really full. So he hasn't got down as far as he needs to get because he knows he doesn't need to. And then he can, because of where it is and the line it's on, he knows it's going behind square. So because the natural progression of where the bat's coming from, that's what's going to get him the pierce on it. The Ollie Pope one, it was too far outside of stump. It was too short to try and hit it hard sweep. If he was going to try and do anything, he'd just try and guide it and deflect it down. Yeah, I got in the wrong position, but you're looking at the Pope innings, 19 off 23 balls, and if you just watch his every ball in isolation, as John Norman comes in, you watch the ball in isolation, watch his movements in isolation with the 23 balls that he faced. Forget whether he hit boundaries or hit singles or whatever. He just never looked balanced. He never looked as though he was in control of what he was trying to do.
Spin at both ends, and it's Jadeja who has replaced Jasprit Bumrah. There's a forward silly point in place. A slip, and Jadeja gets Joe Root playing forward. This is on the pads, and Joe Root just plays this to the leg side. I wonder what he's thinking right now. 13 not out. He's alongside Bairstow, who's 11, going at a run a ball, but looking slightly less frantic than he did in the first innings. As this time Root does manage to bisect the field on the leg side and comes through for a second. This is a sorry state of affairs, no matter which way you look at it. It'll be interesting to see if there's any spin put on proceedings later today, if England's innings continues as we've seen so far this morning. Wrapping up the India innings in quick time, lost 3 wickets. 2 of them to attacking shots, one caught down the leg side by Crawley, who was seeking to just get off strike and get off the mark. He'd faced 15 deliveries as Root pushes this to point and comes through for a single. And it was R. Ashwin, who, with his second of 3 wickets this morning, that just tempted Crawley to place the ball into the hands of Sarfraz Khan in a part of the field that Crawley himself had put down a catch yesterday. Reprieving Rohit Sharma went on 68. Sharma went on to score a century. And it will be the 12th time that Sharma's scored a century and seen his side win a game of Test cricket, as Root punches this to the fielder at extra cover. Was that a substitute fielder? I'm not quite sure. Is Rohit back on the field?
No, he's not. I think Axar Patel's on the field for Rohit.
So that was Axar Patel fielding there. Jadeja is in, and Bairstow's squared up just a fraction, and he'll come through for a single. The ball is fielded at point, and that's the end of Jadeja's first over. 4 runs coming from it. The two Yorkshiremen. There was tearful scenes at the start of day one as Root gave a little speech prior to play, the 100 Test match of Johnny Bairstow. But seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it, Harmy? The tone and the feel of this Test match has changed a lot since that presentation ceremony just before play.
Absolutely, it's changed, John. It's changed a lot in the last sort of 45 minutes, from Jimmy Anderson getting his 700th wicket, Shoaib Bashir getting his second 5 in first class and in Test cricket, to what was a debacle of a poor shot from Ben Duckett, and a 23 ball innings from Ollie Pope, which you'll not want to see again.
3 for 28 then, Ashwin, as Johnny Bairstow lofts him into the mountain air over mid-wicket. Easy as you like, a one-day shot really. There's no flourish, no follow-through. He's almost steered this ball up over deep mid-wicket for 6.
It's an excellent shot though, he's in total control. Movement forward, knows it's too full, it's over-pitched from R. Ashwin. And he's dispatched it nicely, still being positive. I don't mind that. He was in control there. He knew what he was doing. He got himself balanced. And that's the thing that Pope never did in any part of his innings. Johnny Bairstow's come out the crease, less frantic, less moving parts. He's balanced at the crease, so he can execute a shot like that.
It's gone again. Has he cleared the boundary? He has. Back-to-back 6s, this time over square leg. There was a shout of catch it from the bowler, but this has sailed into the crowd and the England fans for the first time today, well, certainly since England started batting, just with something approaching a smile on their faces.
Yeah, good shot. A little bit of width outside, off stump. Johnny's gone for the sweep, thinking Ashwin's over-pitched the ball before. This one will be a touch shorter, so he can utilise what room he's got on that leg side.
Won't be following it up with another one this time. Pushed back in the crease and just fielded from his own bowling this time, Ravichandran Ashwin. That's 6 number 101 for the series. As Ashwin is in again, and this is driven too long on for a single. Bairstow moves to 25. And the score, England 69 for 3, trailing by 190.
Good batting, just over-pitched again from Ashwin. This time just eased it down the ground, and rotation of strike, which has always been quite good between these two. Batted a long time together, Root and Bairstow.
Root this time is playing back, and there's a fielder close to the bat on the leg side. There's two actually, one behind and one in front of square, but there's nobody really in a catching position in the offside, so comfortable single for Root there. You know when you're watching water approaching boiling point, Harmy?
Yeah.
And Johnny Bairstow resembled that water at boiling point in the first innings, but doesn't feel like that on the sweep this time, but the line was there, well outside off stump, so relatively risk-free. Attempted sweep, he doesn't connect, and no runs to finish the over. Yeah, he seemed to be at boiling point in that first innings. You know, there was a lot going on, 100th test, and obviously his position is under scrutiny, and he said he wanted to go out there and try and enjoy it. He didn't look like he was enjoying it. It looked like he was just going out there and just trying to furiously score some runs. It doesn't seem like that in this innings from Bairstow. It just seems like the water is simmering just gently rather than violently frothing around in the pan, and he looks the better for it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think the occasion got to him in the first innings, and I think it would get to most. 100th test match, you've had the big presentation, you go out there batting, you want to put a show on.
Jadeja, this is a little bit of a miscommunication as this is pushed to point, and Root, as is his wont, he does always take those 2 steps down the track. Bairstow actually followed him and then realised he'd hit it straight to the fielder. Never a run there. This is down the leg side and helped it round the corner. Kuldeep Yadav gives up the chase, and Joe Root will take 4 runs every day of the week. That was just a little bit misdirected by Jadeja that time, with the fielder up close to the bat. Once he'd beat him, that was never going to be anything other than a boundary for England.
Just straight down leg side, didn't he? Joe Root's waiting for it and just tickled it round the corner. It was a lovely shot there from Root, and they're still trying to be proactive, still trying to be positive, England.
To the bad ball, which is what you want, as Root steps forward and clips this into the leg side. Bairstow comes through for a single. How many 50s have we seen in this innings? I think we had one in England's, Zach Crawley, 79, and India had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, including 2 centuries. And even, Kuldeep Yadav and Jasprit Bumrah hit 50 between them. Yadav was out for 30 this morning. 700th at wicket for Jimmy Anderson. As Bairstow plays back and exposes the stumps, but plays straight, opens the face of the bat, touch, and hits this crisply to cover point. No run. Jasprit Bumrah is the last man out for India, as Bairstow this time reaching forward and playing around the pad, picks out short fine. No run. So a 5 for Bashir, 700 for Anderson. 41-year-old and the 20-year-old walking off side by side. That was quite a moment, actually, Harmy, wasn't it? As Jadeja is in again, inside portion of the bat this time from Bairstow, is pushing at the ball, and he's trying to play this to the offside, but the ball actually goes to Ashwin, Ashwin at wide-ish. That's a deep mid-on. So 26 to Bairstow, 22 to Root. There must have been a moment, he's really grown in the game. Shiel Berry in the Telegraph yesterday saying that he's the man that England should back to be their spinner in Australia at the end of next year. And there must have been a moment as Anderson and Bashir walked off the field together, with Bashir taking his second 5 and of course Anderson with his 700, that Bashir must have just had a little moment to himself.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. The beauty about that, I said it at the end as we were walking off, I was on commentary, and Bashir had a ball which he took his second 5 for, which Jimmy gave it to him. And Bashir's now got a memento of his second 5 for in Test cricket with a ball that Jimmy Anderson got 700 wickets with. I'm sure he'll never ever want to give that up or sell it, or in the future that will be worth an absolute fortune.
Down the track, Bairstow. This is a fraction over pitched, and Bairstow has hit this into the mountain range. What a strike that was. 2 6s in the last over, and he's just smashed another. 82 for 3 England at the start of the 16th.
I like the way he's batting today compared to the other day where he looked a bit more frantic. He's picking the right balls. He swept one in the last over that was outside off stump, and India got excited, but it wasn't going to be out. It was good bowling again there. Stumps in New Zealand, Australia. Kane Williamson went out not long before stumps. So New Zealand are 40 runs in front with 8 wickets in hand.
Latham was dropped by Carey late in the day as well. So there's a good match ticking along. As Ashwin is in, and Bairstow, well, he throws everything at this, and he loses his body shape. He'll take a single to square leg. Good little battle here as once again Bairstow tries to smash Ashwin out the ground, but he's hurried with the shot. There's no timing, and it's a bit of a drag down, really. 83 for 3. Alex Tudor is in the hot seat in place of Steve Harmison. Is it a hot seat? No.
The mic, the seat, everything's hot. I'm sure Harmy was off his long run, was he?
He was. As for you, off air, this is played to Sarfraz Khan, who partly fields. Bairstow suddenly calls for Root, but Root stays where he is, and there's no run. The last thing England need now is a run out for us to get to greet you back into the commentary box with. Short leg in place and a slip, and Root rather. It's a good looking shot. He's on the sweep. It's the right line to sweep and the right length, and he'll take a single. Wild throw from Jaiswal on the boundary, and it's fielded behind the stumps by the keeper Jarrell with his pads. Kind of jumps up and keeps his legs closed and lets the ball slap onto the pads to field the ball. 33 then to Bairstow from just 23 deliveries. He's facing now. And he plays a ball that pitches on middle and actually squares Bairstow up. But he plays it well, plays it late, and he plays it straight. That's a carom ball from Ashwin. So a little bit of turn away towards the right pad of Bairstow. Good ball and well played. Width this time. Bairstow rocks back. And that's 4 more to the score. Laces it through point. Bairstow moves to 37.
Yeah, that's good batting. You know, the ball in there, no much turn. It's deep in his crease. He's hit in the middle of his bat. I mean, the 6s he's hit, they've gone miles. And that 4 there, as you know, the run rate's a good one. 5.5 and over. That's what England do. But India won't mind that at all. They've got the 3 wickets. But Root and Bairstow, they're going about their business.
Well, they're playing the ball on its merits, it seems to me. I mean, they are trying to put the pressure back on the bowlers, certainly Johnny Bairstow, but a little bit of width and it's cracked away, over-pitched. It's smashed as Root takes a single to the offside, 89 for 3.
Are you saying we're seeing some common sense batting, Johnny?
Well, they're not trying to manufacture anything, are they? They're relying on their game, both defensive and attacking. They're relying on technique that's been built up over a number of years. They're leaning on some experience. They're not looking flustered.
Still a good wicket. It's still a very good wicket.
And it's not the biggest ground in the world. Jadeja is in and forcing shot from Bairstow. All arms and wrists. There's a lot going on there. Push to kind of a short cover point fielder there. There's a catching fielder at cover. There's a mid-wicket. On off stump again is Jadeja. When isn't he? And it's Sarfraz Khan, who kind of seems to be everywhere, doesn't he? That who fields just a little hum after all the excitement. 5 wickets. Expansive shot from Bairstow. Quick hands. Bottom hand. And this is pushed to long off for another single. Seems to be enjoying playing R. Ashwin more than Ravindra Jadeja at the moment. Bairstow.
Yes, isn't it?
Root this time, he looks comfortable. Just opens up the face of the bat and steers this to backward point, no run.
Yeah, the off spinner's sort of in his arc, isn't it? Johnny likes to hit it sort of long on to deep mid-wicket. That short arm jab he plays powerfully.
Yeah, seen it so many times, certainly in ODI cricket. Very, very strong as Root is forward and defends. The last ball of Jadeja's over. It's gone for 2 runs. England trailing by 169. Bowling India out for 477 this morning. A 700th wicket for Jimmy Anderson. A 5th wicket in the innings for Shoaib Bashir. 46 overs, 5 for 173. But England's second innings knocked asunder. Ben Duckett bowled Ravichandran Ashwin for 2. Not a shot that he will look back on with fondness. It was the kind of shot that we associated with Duckett back in 2016 when he was really given the runaround by the same bowler on his debut. Well, not his debut, actually. He played in Bangladesh and then came to India and lasted a couple of test matches. Zach Crawley, who saw off 2 overs of Jasprit Bumrah without scoring, just steering a delivery from the same bowler, Ravichandran Ashwin, to leg slip. He departed for a duck. Ollie Pope's dismissal, 36 for 3 when he was caught on the sweep. Fielders around the bat, and it just seemed like he wanted to clear some space, but decided to sweep a ball that wasn't there in terms of the length. And he was caught in the outfield. A really poor shot to end what's been a 1 innings aside, got to be said. It's been a poor series for England's number 3, the vice-captain. So here we find ourselves with 2 familiar faces at the crease. And Kuldeep Yadav, who was a huge part of the reason that England were bowled out for 218 in first innings, picked up a 5 for himself, has been brought back into the attack. Actually, Ravichandran Ashwin's been hit out of it. And this first delivery from Bairstow is just pushed to backward point. Kuldeep Yadav in again. A little bit of turn away from Bairstow. Googly, but Bairstow reads it, pushes this away to the offside and comes through for a single.
Yeah, the legs helped him there, so he was able to wait on it, the back foot. Just cross it through the covers. But he's come out with positive intent as Johnny Bairstow, 39 from 30. 3 4s, 3 6s. Wants to sign off, well, not sign off, but, well, sign off the tour, but sign off his 100th Test match with something that we can all remember.
Well, and there is, of course, you know, there's going to be some big selection decisions. We're going to have a chat during the lunch break, actually, about where England are, where they're going, where they were. But Bairstow is going to feature in that conversation as Root this time. Playing deep in his crease, good foot movement as well, moving toward the offside to just clear up a little bit of space towards mid-wicket, and that's where the ball goes.
That's just good cricket, Johnny Doe, isn't it? You know, you're rotating a strike. When the ball's there to hit for 4, they're hitting it for 4 or 6. That is batsmanship, not manufacturing anything.
5 for 72 in the first innings. Yadav is in and he beats Johnny Bairstow with a viciously turning delivery which has slapped Bairstow high up on the pad. The umpire's finger has gone up and England have reviewed this straight away.
We have a play review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery.
I think this is
Panton's petition, please.
I think this is a good decision to review, Alex Tudor. Joe Root signalling immediately to Bairstow that he needed to review. It's a question of, has this ball done too much? And also, is the height going to save Bairstow?
I can see a gap between the bat and the ball, but would like to see
again,
the ultra edge.
Umpire's decision is out, so it only needs to be clipping.
Yeah.
Well, he's hit flush in front of middle, but the ball is turning. It's turning big, but I don't think it's turning enough, and I don't think height's going to save Bairstow. And I think it's going to be another one of those middling innings which doesn't really answer one question nor the other. We'll wait and see. Ball tracking. Oh, there's no bat on the ball.
Outside, impact in line. And wickets umpire's call, Rod. Wickets umpire's call. You can stay with your original decision out. You're on the screen, make your signal.
Well, there we go. A similar delivery to the one that dismissed Zach Crawley when set in the first innings. Can you remember that? It was a big turning delivery from Kuldeep Yadav. He made the difference in the first innings. And this is the difference, really, because whilst Rohit Sharma isn't on the field, he's off with a stiff back. What riches India possess. 3 wickets for R. Ashwin. He takes a bit of tap, so Jasprit Bumrah can bring on the wrist spinner. The mystery man, Kuldeep Yadav, fresh from a 5-wicket bag in the first innings, and he is struck once again, and he's done so in his first over. Bairstow goes. Stokes, who is in need of a run himself, is in and batting far earlier than he would have hoped when India were bowled out this morning. 17 minutes until the lunch break, and England are already 4 down. 92 for 4.
Yeah, Kuldeep, that's beautiful bowling. The 3 previous balls had gone away from the right-hander. That one coming back quite sharply. Johnny Bairstow was playing deep in his crease. As Johnny described, you could see sort of a little bit of middle, but for me didn't turn enough. I always knew it was going to sort of clip leg stump. That's why that first decision from the umpire, which was out, so he's going to favour that way. All he needs to be clipping. And Johnny Bairstow had to depart for 39. And again, it's that scores between 40 and 20 that he scored in this series. I think he's done that, what, 5 times or so. He's not kicked on.
Sorry, I've been Brad hogging. Macca is coming in after a quick word from Tudes.
Yeah, you got a couple of wickets there, Johnny.
Well, Kuldeep then, left arm over the wicket, and Stokes is underway straight away, clipping it to wide mid-on for a single. 93 for 4. England still trail by 166, and Johnny Bairstow isn't able to emulate Alex Stewart all those years ago on his 100th test, make it 100. And just seeing a replay, and Shubman Gill just having a conversation with Johnny Bairstow as they pass each other. Kuldeep to go in for the final time this over. Root turns it around through square leg and will take a single to end the 18th over of the England second innings. They are 94 for 4, still trailed by 165 on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, it looked like there's been a few words actually, Macca, even when before Kuldeep's over, I could hear through the stump cam there were, you know, someone was talking to, it seems, Joe Root. I could hear retirement and stuff like that, and I think he was talking about Jimmy, so there was stuff going on, and obviously as Johnny's got out there's been words. And
well, I imagine they're giving it, well, this could be your last match then, Johnny, 100 and out kind of thing.
I'm sure there's a few, but you know, these guys, they sort of all know each other, don't they? You know, Johnny plays in the IPL and stuff like that, so they all, but I'm sure there would have been a bit of ribbing. As long as it's not, you know, it doesn't cross the line, that's fine. As you say, they're on top. And the thing is, England have gone at a fantastic run rate, which they do. They're 4 wickets down.
Jadeja to start a new over. Left arm around, brings Joe Root forward. He plays defensively, no run. The thing is, Joe Root's 26 from 33. Can you think of a big shot that Joe Root's played? Yes, he's played the reverse, but he's played it well, in control. This occasion, Jadeja is around the wicket. Root playing defensively, no run. So with the field set as they are, because India leading by 259 on first innings, they're going to have attacking fields. There are spaces. Jadeja in, it's down the leg side. Root will tuck it around the corner through square leg. They will take one only, because Kuldeep fields. And it's 95 for 4 as Root goes to 27.
But I think what teams now know about this England side is, like, they're going to just keep coming at you. So you can still have those attacking fields. You can leave gaps, because, you know, batting error will come. And with this England team, they will show you batting error has come quite frequently.
Jadeja in, left arm around the left-handed Stokes, who plays up to mid-off to Ashwin, and there is no run.
You know, so we'll wait to the end of the over.
Yeah. Stokes waits as Jadeja's left arm around, again plays defensively back to the bowler, no run. The eagle-eared Scott, our producer, has said he thinks he heard something about what you said about Jimmy retiring. So Jadeja is in. Stokes clips to mid-wicket to Jaiswal to end the 19th over. 95 for 4 England here on TalkSport 2. They trail by 164.
And what I was going to say, Mac, is that I think all the goodwill and Harmy's talked about it that England have got and made and deserved with the way that they've played the game under this Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes era. It starts to, not say go, but you start to sort of question it a little bit if, you know, you're going to continue to play this way in certain situations when you just think, just bat. I'm all for entertainment, I'm all for but this is Test cricket, it's over 5 days. You know, you've only batted 80 overs twice in 10 Test matches.
Kuldeep then to bowl to Joe Root on the leg stump, turn to Sarfraz at short leg, who flicks it straight back to Jarrell, the keeper, whips off the bails, no run. And Joe Root does the decent thing, actually, gets the old bat handle, taps down on the stumps to put them back into the ground solidly. And we will do it all again.
And there'll be wickets, conditions where you can bully teams. But, you know, certain attacks, India with their spinners, got to think of a different way.
Kuldeep is just waiting at the end of his mark. Root is ready, and Kuldeep goes in and bowls left arm over the wicket. It's pushed into the covers by Joe Root to Ashwin, and there's no run. You and I were talking out the back earlier about Alex Stewart's 100th Test match at Old Trafford. Made 100 in his 100th on the same day as the Queen Mother's 100th birthday. And the applause at Old Trafford rang around forever. It was a good 5 minutes. Kuldeep into Root, turns round the corner, no run to short fine leg. And the applause just never stopped. It threatened to go on and on and on, and that was a real hairs on the back of your neck moment. You wondered if Johnny was going to do something similar today in his 100th. He was going off like a train, 39 from 31 balls, and one absolutely massive 6. Kuldeep in, gives this one some air. Joe Root punches down the ground. Oh, great shot, Joe Root. It's another boundary. Straight back in the V, back past the bowler for 4. Mid-off's a little bit wider, and he gives Joe Root some space. England 99 for 4, and Joe Root has 31.
That's just class batting, isn't it? He's got very long in his length there, Kuldeep. He's giving it the full face of the bat. Straight down, straight mid-off. Just a good cricket shot.
Minimum of fuss, minimum of risk. 31 from 39 for Joe Root. Kuldeep in. That one's straighter. Hurries on a little bit, actually, as well. Root turns it around the corner. No run. If you are just switching on, England, well, they're in trouble. They mopped up the Indian innings, taking the final 2 wickets. India bowled out for 477, a lead of 259. England have got nearly 100 of those, but they're 4 down. They were 36 for 3. Root is playing solidly forward to Kuldeep, pushing out on the offside to complete the over. So that's 20 overs of the England innings in the book. It all started badly when Ben Duckett came down the wicket to Ashwin, had a huge hack at the 11th ball of the innings. He was bowled for 2. That was 2 for 1. Crawley was caught by Sarfraz off Ashwin for a 16-ball duck, 21 for 2. And Ollie Pope on the sweep got a top edge, and Jaiswal at backward square leg taking the catch. All of those off of Ashwin. He made 19. That was 36 for 3. Bairstow, the last man to go. He's gone to Kuldeep for 39 from 31, 92 for 4. England now 99 for 4 here on TalkSport 2. Jadeja, unsurprisingly, is quickly into his work, and Stokes is pushing out on the offside. Root has come 4 or 5 paces down, offering the skipper a single if he wants it. He decides not to, and they'll stay where they are.
I reckon if they went straight away, it's an easy single. I think Ben Stokes is in that state of mind.
Stokes is waiting as Jadeja bowls left arm around the wicket to him, pitching it on the stumps, spinning it so it stays on the stumps. Stokes pushes out on the offside, no run. And all of this happening with Rohit Sharma off the field. He's got a stiff back, so he's not taken the field today. Jadeja is in. Stokes is turning on the onside. They'll take a quick single. No throw from Jaiswal at mid-wicket. And the England 100 is up. Halfway through the 21st over. So, run rate good. Wickets column, not so.
Oh, that's what we know this England team. If they bat, they're going to bat quickly. A lot would like them to bat for longer, because if they do, they will have a big score. It's that wickets column, and captains around the world now know that. You know that this England team are going to keep coming at you.
Jadeja around the wicket to Joe Root. He's really solidly forward defending, no run. Well, that was Shane Warne's thing, wasn't it? He'd quite happily give you 3, maybe even 4 fours, because if he's getting you out for less than 20, he's won. So you'll see captains and bowlers do that. Jadeja is in. Root drops it into the offside, tries to set off for a single to point. There isn't one there, and there's no run.
Yeah, 100% as a bowler. You know, if I'm on, you know, if I decided to bowl bouncers, someone keeps taking it on and they hit me for a 6 or 4 or 6, but I finally get them, I'm happy. My bowling average will be nice. So you know, as I said, there's more ways to be aggressive and attack. You just can't be a one-trick pony. In a minute, what this England team are showing when it comes to batting, that is.
Jadeja, left arm around, gives that one some air. Root turns through mid-wicket. Padikkal will set off after it and will pull it in, and a single will be taken. 21 overs gone, 101 for 4 is the scoreline for England. They trail by 158. We're 6 minutes away from the interval. Interesting, actually, before play, the team photos were done, and obviously everyone wants a team photo in this ground. The chairs were set up so the mountains were in the background. It's a good job they weren't waiting till tomorrow. because they might have all been in civvies for that particular photograph in the hotel lobby.
Yeah, with their bags packed, ready to board whatever flight it is back to the UK. But Joe Root, as he normally does, goes about his business nicely. 32 from 44. Ben Stokes 2 from 7. A lot more batting to come.
Kuldeep comes in and bowls. Left arm wrist spin. Root turns it around the corner. Short fine leg does the fielding. Realistically, with spinners on, we'll probably get this over and one more before the interval. All of this happening in the first session of the day. We've had 6 wickets so far. England mopping up the tail pretty well this morning, it has to be said. Anderson getting to 700. Kuldeep goes in, gives that one a little bit more air. Root is on the drive back to the bowler in his follow-through no run. Yeah, Anderson for 700, the first wicket of the day, as he got Kuldeep caught behind, and then Bashir getting Bumrah stumped by Folkes. So 30 for Kuldeep, 20 for Bumrah. Between them, they batted 133 deliveries. Kuldeep in. Root is deep in his crease. It's not far away from Sarfraz at short leg, but just wide enough to be safe. As you might imagine, there's a lot of oohs and ahs from the fielders round the bat.
Yeah, Kuldeep, he's bowling nice. He's got it on a string. Could turn it both ways. Have to be watchful, mindful. One might skid on when you're playing on the back foot. But Joe B, be watchful, seeing where the gaps are.
Kuldeep approaches, gives this one some air again as he lands it round about middle stump. Joe Root will clip it to long on. Jaiswal will do the fielding, single taken. The score advances by 1, 102 for 4.
Just caught Sarfraz Khan, so the ball before where it sort of went aerial, as Mac had described, he was that short leg. He just sort of went to wide sort of leg slip, trying to get it on the full. Kuldeep went really full. And Joe Root just hit it down the ground for a 1.
Now Stokes has got 3 men around the bat for company, 2 slips and a silly point, and it's pushed back, and it was aerial, but it was on the onside of straight, and Kuldeep wasn't able to get across. It's therefore a dot. Stokes is almost as if he's going to play for the spin and get out there to stop the edge going to slips or silly point, and therefore he's quite happy to push it on the leg side because there's no close field of that side. Final ball of the over from Kuldeep is the googly. Keeps down a bit, actually. Stokes got done by the googly in the first innings, keeps this one out. 22 overs of the England innings. Second innings are gone, 102 for 4. They trail by 157 here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, the skipper Ben Stokes, he struggled a little bit with Kuldeep, especially with that wrong one. The googly, he's not picked it. I think last test match he done him as well. Did him in the first innings of this test match. He was watchful on that one. A little bit slower, deep in his crease to give himself a little bit more time. But yeah, India, as well as they've been good, England have not been with the bat. And they've got some work to do. One more over, I reckon, Macca, before lunch.
Go on then, chuck it to Ashwin. Why not? He's got 3 for so far. He's actually gone 3 for 54 in 8.
And he wouldn't care less. His economy rate, 6.75. He will not care. It's that last column.
Yeah.
3 wickets.
He got bare-stowed a couple of times, but what does it matter when the scoreline is as it is? So here we go then to Joe Root. He's bowling around the wicket. Joe Root is forward and playing defensively, and there's no run.
And especially when your lead's 250 plus. You know, you don't care. You know, that's what about playing for a team. That's what it's about.
Ashwin around the wicket, floating this one up, pushed on the onside by Root. Sarfraz can't field under the helmet. Jaiswal does at mid-wicket, and the England batters stay where they are.
If he goes 5 for 100, he really won't care. It's the wickets. You know, England are in trouble. They'll most probably go down 4-1.
Ashwin gives that one against Sumer, inviting Root to flick on the leg side. Sarfraz does well under the helmet, throws out the right hand, knocks it down. That one will sting, but he saved some runs because they're not going to be able to take anything from that.
Yeah, he's busy in there, and he's Sarfraz, always in the action. Seems that the ball follows him a lot.
He's done well, actually, under the helmet. Ashwin goes in around the wicket. Root does get this one through square leg, and they will certainly take one. They're not going to take a second as the throw comes back in. And 103 for 4. 156 is the deficit. And Simon, the Barmy Army trumpeter, has decided it's time for the Great Escape. Yeah, maybe an hour ago.
Yeah. Well, take what you can. One thing this England.
Ashwin is in. He's bowled Ben Stokes. It's the arm ball. It's gone straight on. It doesn't turn. And Stokes is bowled for 2. England are 103 for 5 in 22 overs and 5 balls. Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Bairstow, Stokes, all gone. Ashwin, 4 for 55. And Stokes gets one that goes between bat and pad and clatters into off stump. And it's now when, not if.
Wow. Wow. That just sort of sums up the morning for England. As you say, Macca, they cleaned up the tail. And then India went about their business, helped by a few of the shots that the England batters played. But that morning session, 27 overs, 107 runs, but 7 wickets, and 5 of them England wickets. And with the captain being the last one to go, Ashwin, 4 for, has been outstanding. That ball didn't have no turn. Just beat him in the inside, beat his defence. And England will not be enjoying their lunch. India will be. Rohit Sharma's not been on to captain the side, so the vice-captain, Jasprit Bumrah, has taken the lead, and he's got to be well happy with his players. England in all sorts of trouble. Only 22.5 overs faced, 103. As you said, the run rate's lovely, and that's what this modern team talk about. But unfortunately, they're 5 wickets down. Joe Root's still there though, 34. Not out, and Ben Foakes will be joining him straight after lunch.
Well, what a morning it's been. What a 2 hours it has been. We've seen James Anderson make history, becoming the first seamer to take 700 Test match wickets. Kuldeep caught behind to a proper dismissal.
Welcome, you're listening to TalkSport and TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel to the 5th and final Test match of 5, lunch on day 3 in Dharamshala. And Joe Root and Ben Foakes are waiting to step out onto the outfield for possibly the final time in this Test series. It's all smiles in the India camp. We'll wait and see whether Rohit Sharma takes to the field himself. He missed out on the fun and games in that morning session with a stiff back. Jasprit Bumrah captaining in Sharma's absence. And if you are just joining us, just waking up on this Saturday morning, bleary-eyed and just tuning in to find out what's occurring, don't go back to sleep. Don't turn the radio off in a huff. Continue to join us as we nurse you through your first coffee of the morning. It's not great news, not going to lie. 7 wickets falling in that morning session, 2 Indian and 5 English. Jimmy Anderson wrapping up things this morning alongside Shoaib Bashir. 2 men at different stages or ends of their careers. It was wicket number 700 in a storied 20-year career for Jimmy Anderson. More than that, actually. Over 2 decades of action as an England cricketer. He dismissed Kuldeep Yadav for 30, and then the very next over, Shoaib Bashir, first ball of his 47th over, nipped out Jasprit Bumrah. Yadav and Bumrah put on a decent little partnership, actually. Just shy, one shy of 50 for the 9th wicket, but wrapped up for 477. So a lead of 259 on first innings for India, and bags of time remaining in the session and the day to make inroads. And they made inroads, and they did so quickly. Ben Duckett attempting to run down the track and smash Ravichandran Ashwin, 5th ball of his first over. Yorked himself and lost off stump. He went for 2. Zach Crawley, 16-ball duck, before he clipped onto leg slip from the same bowler. Ollie Pope on the sweep, caught for 19, and it's Ashwin who will complete his over, because of course he picked up a 4th wicket in that session, the 5th to fall. Ben Stokes, for the 13th time in his career, deceived by Ravichandran Ashwin, bowled past the inside edge for just 2. In and amongst that, Kuldeep Yadav nipped out Johnny Bairstow, who bristled away, as is his wont. 3 sixes from the bowling of Ravichandran Ashwin. Actually knocked Ashwin out the attack. But all that meant was that Kuldeep Yadav was brought in, and he dismissed Bairstow leg before for 39. 103 for 5 at lunch then. England miles away from even making India bat. They need 157 runs just to get Rohit Sharma to strap those pads back on. And with Joe Root and Ben Foakes at the crease, there is of course every opportunity for them to do exactly that. These two have batted well in the past, and it's Root facing Yadav. This is fraction over pitched, and Root will move to 35 and get off strike. Foakes to face his second ball, and joined in the commentary box here on TalkSport at 2 by the big man Steve Harmison, who's been an almost ever-present part of TalkSport 2's cricket over the last few years. We've enjoyed some highs, Harmy, and we've experienced some lows, and today has been a tough day so far. It's been a wonderful series. I'm not sure 3-1 accurately focuses forward and pushing this out to the offside. I'm not sure 3-1 has been an accurate representation of the series so far, but there has been a gulf in this test match between the two sides, which we feared at times would eventuate. England coming into it with such a callow spinning lineup, but it's actually the engine room. This is overpitched again by Kuldeep Yadav, who gets plenty of loot and dip. And Foakes pushes this up to Jasprit Bumrah at mid-off. Has been a gulf between the two sides at times, for sure. But in part, that has been positions 3, 4, 5 and 6 in the batting lineup. And once again, I'm afraid, the sorry-looking scorecards as Yadav very close to the stumps this time. And Foakes defends.
Yeah, it has, and it's a surprise for me, that, John, because when we were talking about the series before it started, my worry was 1, 2 and 3, not the sort of the middle order where we are at most experienced.
Short leg and a slip in place for Foakes, who's forward, and he pushes this up to mid-on, and he charges through for the single. The game may be gone, but Foakes still will feel like he's got something to prove. Flawless behind the stumps throughout this series, and of course played his part in that wonderful victory in Hyderabad when he and Ollie Pope combined with such good effect, but hasn't been a lot more, too many more runs as this spins in the googly from Kuldeep Yadav, but it's too wide and doesn't turn anywhere near like what we have seen at times today. Actually, no, it wasn't the googly at all. But it spins into Joe Root, and he defends, pushes this out to the offside. 105 for 5 with Root and Foakes at the crease.
Yeah, the middle order really has, been, I would say, disappointed at times. Ben Foakes, the one thing he has, and the one thing you can never throw at him, that he hasn't got good values. He values his wicket. He's concentration we've seen with his keeping is unbelievably high. So he'll not give this up.
He takes a step down the track, does Folkes, and he pushes this ball up to long on for a single. He moves to 2.
And then Joe Root, in that first session, that was back to Joe Root the old. After got off the back of 100 in the last Test match, he looked in good order. Rotation of strike was good. His movements all the way back in the crease are coming out, down. So the former England captain does look in a good place at this minute in time. But it's important after a break just to get started again and get the momentum going, get the balance right. And if he does get that, you'd expect Joe Root to just block all the chaos at one side and just go about his...
Forward again is Root with Ashwin bowling round the wicket to the former England captain, who's 35 from 55. One big innings of note in the series so far, much like in 2021 when he top scored for England. As he just plays back and nips this ball into the leg side and gets off strike. He moves to 36. 107 for 5 England.
And that's the shot. That's the lovely shot you'd see from Joe Root when you know that he's in a bit of nick, he's in a bit of touch. He lets the ball come all the way, nearly onto the stumps, and just the flick of the wrist just guides it into the leg side, topples off down the other side, doesn't sort of get pressure, dot balls after dot ball after dot ball. And he absorbs pressure very, very well by getting singles.
Over the wicket now to Folkes is Ashwin. This is a good looking shot from Folkes, who uses the pace of the ball and the width on offer to bisect the field on the offside. There's a chaser, Mohammad Siraj, who has how many overs has he bowled in this Test match? 8. And he's not going to bowl today, probably.
He's not bowled many in the series. What has he bowled in the series, Mohammad Siraj? He bowled 4, he bowled 11 in the first Test, he bowled 26 in the second, in the third, and he bowled 21 in the fourth.
As Folkes whips this ball from a 4/5 stump line through mid-wicket for another single. Gentle start to proceedings, kind of that post-lunch lull. England could do with 2 hours of that.
They could do with 2 hours of it. Ben Folkes he's a fighting character, and he's come in, done the right thing. He's got off strike each time he's been on it.
Here is Root, and smart bit of fielding at short leg by Sarfraz Khan. This is hit low and quite hard to the fielder, who collects it on the flush and then rocks back and holds the pose as though he's going to knock down all 3 stumps. But Root's not going anywhere, and he himself holds his pose.
He held his pose nicely, his back foot in the crease. And you mentioned Mohammad Siraj, and just talking to Jared and Manners there about the difference between the teams and where this series is. And you talk about the result at this moment in time being 3-1. Is it fair or is it unfair? And the seam bowling departments of Jasprit Bumrah's side have been very similar. But the gulf has been between the spin bowling department. Ashwin, I thought, bowled well in the first 3 Test matches without really rewarding from a wickets point of view, and he's made up for that in the last 2. And I think Kuldeep Yadav has been really good throughout this series.
Yeah, he's one of my favourite players, is Kuldeep Yadav, and he's in now to Folkes, who's forward and playing very, very straight, smothering the spin. And in a weird way, these conditions will probably help Folkes. He knows that he just has to go out there, play his natural conservative game, really, I imagine.
Yeah,
you'd think, wouldn't you?
You'd hope he'd just, you'd have some pride and value at the wicket that he's got. He's going to make sure he protects, and the beauty about having Root at the other end, calm and influence. He'll always be on strike every third ball, so it's up to him to rotate.
This is a touch more flight from Yadav, and there's a yelp from one of the fielders close in for some strange reason, as Folkes just blocks this ball and then kind of flicks it to the fielder. So India can get on with things. 110 for 5 England here on TalkSport 2. They trail by 149 runs, and it's Folkes facing Yadav forward again, and this is pushed into the outfield, and he gets it past cover point. Ashwin just kind of jogs, and Jasprit Bumrah running around from mid-off, but he doesn't run fast enough to prevent Folkes from coming back for a second. There is some talk about changing the order. I mean, look, when you lose 4-1, it doesn't matter what you do. There's deck chairs on the Titanic and all that. But there's a school of thought that maybe Stoke should be batting higher up the order at 3 and dropping Pope to 6. And there's also the idea that maybe Folkes' game is suited to coming in at 5 and maybe pushing Bairstow, who's brilliant with the tail. This keeps a bit low and turns into the right-handed Folkes, who gets his bat down quickly and just jabs the ball to the leg side. Seeing a montage of some of the wickets that have taken place this morning. There has been big turn on offer. This is tossed up and Folkes is forward, clips this ball to the leg side. It's in the air, but sails to the left is short leg, and Folkes comes through for another single.
Yeah, I get what people are saying about the batting order. I agree Ben Stokes could bat at 3, but if he's not going to bat 3 in this series, then I don't see the point, because he's now going to be back bowling. And the last thing I would want is my captain batting at 3, having to potentially bowl them long spells whenever needed, and then have to captain the team as well. I think that'd be a big ask.
Last ball of the over, and Root reacts really quickly to the line of this ball, which is on middle and leg. He moves across to the offside, and Sarfraz Khan kind of makes a little bit of a Hollywood dive to stop the ball, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, I mean, we saw Root's productivity with the bat suffer because he had to bowl so many overs of spin in the first few test matches, of course.
And I think that's been evident that he hasn't bowled as much in the last 2 test matches, and these results are obviously a marked difference. So then you've got to factor in Harry Brook's going to come back in the side, and I think he has to come back in the side. Sometimes you are a better player when you're not playing and the side isn't performing as well as it would like, but Harry Brook is such a talent where I think he does then come back in, and then it's what to do with the wicket-keeping department. Do they go with back to Bairstow? Do they stick with Folkes and drop Bairstow? Do they go and drop them both and bring in somebody fresh into the group?
It's Ravichandran Ashwin who's going to continue bowling. Greetings to TalkSport listeners who've joined us for an over as England seek to rebuild. How many times have I said that on TalkSport over the last 10 years or so? Ben Folkes facing Ashwin, who took 4 wickets in that morning session, and this ball just pops up, moves away from Folkes, and it takes the outside edge of the bat, pushed out into the offside. Folkes stays at 8 not out. Joe Root 36, but the damage has been done, possibly while you were sleeping. Ashwin in again, short leg in place. 5 wickets falling before the lunch break. Duckett going for 2. Poor shot really. Crawley clipping one to leg slip. 16 ball duck. Ollie Pope caught on the sweep for 19. Johnny Bairstow dismissed. LBW is Ben Folkes attempting a lavish slog sweep. That's not his game, but that is his game done. He's been castled by Ashwin, who picks up his 5th wicket in the innings, trying to clear his front leg and sweep over mid-wicket. He's missed the ball that's come into him, and he's lost his off stump in a way that is becoming all too familiar. Big turn, and Folkes has got to go, and England are 6 down and facing a 4-1 series defeat.
Yeah, brilliant from R. Ashwin. 5 wickets in his 100th test match. It's all been about the Centurion test matches, and they've had 2 contrast different days. But Ben Folkes there, talking about how well he's done rotation strikes since he's come out with Joe Root, and predetermined that was definitely predetermined. Ashwin's just thrown it up that little bit more. It wasn't there to sweep. It was a little bit too full, a little bit too tight towards Ben Folkes' front foot. And unfortunately, he couldn't readjust in time. Tried to hit it too hard. And left a massive gap between bat and pad, which has gone through. And middle and off stump, castled. An excellent bit of bowling by a seasoned campaigner who has 500 wickets plus. We've seen a ridiculous achievement by James Anderson in this game. 700 wickets this morning. And R. Ashwin, he went past 500 in the last test match. Another monumental effort from a champion cricketer. And England, well, apart from Joe Root, they are in, literally waiting for the inevitable to happen, and England will succumb and lose 4-1.
What a performance from India, and what a performance from Ravichandran Ashwin. 5 for 60 on day 3 as Tom Hartley, new to the crease, comes forward and defends a ball that's wide outside off stump. You wouldn't bet against Ashwin adding a couple more to his collection before the afternoon is out. 4 wickets separating India from a 4-1 win. This is an edge which flies to the left of slip. Hartley would get off the mark with a boundary, but that's so close to the fielder. That could have been a 6th wicket in the innings. What a performance from Ravichandran Ashwin. Let's not forget this series was really in the balance, wasn't it? When he was thrown the new ball in the 3rd test, no, the 4th test, 2nd innings.
I would say, was it 3rd test, 2nd innings? Might have been 3rd test, 2nd innings when he was throwing the new ball. There's people questioning, and even now, John, you talk about, well, KL's got to come back in and Virat Kohli to the top. They're easy changes, really, because of Sarfraz and Padikkal, who actually played well in this test match. But then when they go to Australia, they've got to turn 3 spinners into 3 seamers. Mohammad Shami's going to come back. There's talk about a seaman all-rounder, whether it's Hardik Pandya, probably not Shardul Thakur. But one of the spinners is missing out. In the last sort of 10 days, it's been Ashwin who's the one that they've been predicting to miss out because of how well Kuldeep Yadav's bowled. But Ashwin, like a true champion is, do it. Well, he always does. Don't even think about dropping me because I'm going to show you.
117 for 6 then. Kuldeep Yadav is in, and Joe Root wraps him on the pads with the ball that turns into Root. Possibly inside edge onto the pad. Could the ball be doing too much? There's plenty of chatter around Root, but Bumrah has called for the ball. And will he review? They're just going to check. The reaction to me was that Yadav thought there was an inside edge there.
Inside edge for me, but I would review it. I would.
That makes sense.
I would review it.
Kind of.
Because 1, it's Joe Root. 2, I'm adding more pressure.
They are reviewing it, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I would review it, knowing that it wasn't. It's a bit of gamesmanship. This, I would review it just to enhance the pressure and stop the game that little bit more. England are right up against it, so I'd have reviewed it for that very reason.
Well, it hits the crack.
Okay.
And very close to actually, it's a question of whether it does hit the inside edge of Joe Root's bat. And the on-field decision was not out. It's whether it's hit the bat first. Because
can you move forward? And yeah. Once more, please. Once more.
It was the 4th test as well, by the way. Yeah. Remember, 2nd innings. And England had a first innings lead of 46.
The bat first.
Yes,
when Ashwin took the second new ball.
And England got off to a relatively decent start. They were 20 for none.
It will remain not out, by the way. Clear inside edge onto the pad of Joe Root's bat. So he remains there, 36 not out. Hartley alongside him, 4 not out the score. 117 for 6 as he defends again, opens the face of the bat, but there will be no run on this occasion. I mean, England came so close to it being 2-2 coming to the 5th test, and actually it should have been 2-2. They led by quite some distance over India for much of the first couple of games, for a couple of days. Yadav again, and this time Joe Root plays this to backward point, fielded by Jadeja. But of course there was that wonderful partnership between Kuldeep Yadav and Jurel on debut. India got within England's score, 46 runs, and then Ashwin was throwing the ball. He took the new ball in 2nd innings, and he picked up the first 3 wickets to fall, including that of Joe Root, who's still there today. And Yadav has also weighed in. Root, again, playing very, very deep in his crease, plays straight.
Yeah, if you remember right, there were 46 over, on the deficit, but Rohit Sharma chucked his ball to both spinners, Jadeja and Ashwin really repaired him.
Certainly did. There's fielders all around the bat for Root. As this straight delivery from Yadav is negotiated. There's a lot of chatter. There was a bit of chat going on between Shubman Gill and Johnny Bairstow as Bairstow made his way from the field. He was given out leg before wicket on 39. Went for the review. Wasn't successful. And as he walked off, Yadav again. And this is nicely played by Root. Keeps the fraction low, but it's wide of the stumps, and he whips the arms round. And he'll come back for a second as he picks up 2 to the leg side. Yeah, as he walked off, Bairstow had a little word with Shubman Gill about something that had gone on the day previous between Gill and Anderson, it seems, and there was a little bit of back and forth. But when Root's at the crease, he is a Yorkshireman who smiles.
Yeah, Yorkshireman, that doesn't give a great deal away, and I'm sure there's many times anybody's had a go at him, but nothing come back. I think Sarfraz was sticking his nose in as well, where Shubman Gill and Johnny Bairstow. Not sure what Jenny had much to say about it, because of he was 30 odd and a quick 30 odd and out, and then look at Shubman Gill, who got 110 and arguably a match-winning performance. Andrew McKenna.
Indeed. Ashwin to start a new over. Hartley defends as he bowls around the wicket, and he plays out on the offside, and there is no run. If the alarm has gone off at 7 o'clock,
go back to sleep.
I'm afraid I am the bearer of bad news. Ashwin around the wicket, gives that one some air. It's a flat batted drive to mid-off. Bumrah will do the fielding.
Yeah,
Tom Hartley is batting and has got a single.
What's that crime watch don't have nights? Do sleep well. Well, you're waking up now, you might think I'm in the middle of a nightmare and go back to sleep. So, England have been really poor today. Joe Root apart, I think England have had one foot on the plane. Some of that is natural and it's human to it, where you do feel as though you're behind and that's it, the series is over.
Ashwin over the wicket to Root. Root punches to mid-on, takes a sharp single, gets there. Root's on. England 121 for 6. They're in the 29th over of their innings. They managed to bowl India out earlier today for 477 to give India a first innings lead of 259, and that is going to be plenty. Ashwin around the wicket to Hartley, defends, and there is no run. Ashwin's got 5 for 66.
Yeah, it's his 36th 5-wicket haul in Test cricket. And Shane Warne's ahead of him. Just seen a list there. It's Richard Hadley, Shane Warne.
Ashwin around the wicket. Hartley defends, no run.
I think Ashwin's on 36. I think Hadley 36 and Shane Warne 37. And then Matthias Muralitharan's got 67 5-wicket hauls, who's leading the way by a country mile. It's ridiculous the amount of 5-fers and wickets Murali got.
Ashwin around the wicket, Hartley inside edge, puts it through square leg, and they'll take a single from the final ball of the over, so 3 from that over. Hartley has got 6, England 122 for 6 after 29 overs here on TalkSport. You know you're good when some of the greats of the game are all clustered, and then there's daylight, and then there's you.
Yeah, and that's obviously in the batting department, Donald Bradman, the average of mere mortals, and then there's people like Kenny Barrington, who is averaging in the sort of mid-60s, and there's 1 or 2 others in the mid-60s, and then you look at the Don and Sir Donald, and he's 99. So it is both batting and bowling. Murali took, 98 wickets, more than anybody else in Test match cricket. That's a decent career for some people, 98 wicket. So 92 wickets. I think Shane had, Warney had 708, I think, and Jimmy going to 700. I'm sure he's got this summer thinking, if I can get past Warney, I'm not sure. I know Jimmy can do most things, but I don't think he can get another 100 Test match wickets.
Kuldeep to start a new over, left arm over. It's the googly to Hartley, and it goes off of the thigh pad down to fine leg, and it'll be away for 4. Oh, it's given it as runs. There was a touch on it before the thigh pad, so it's 4 to Hartley. That takes him into double figures.
Yeah, straight off the face of the bat.
Good shot, actually. My apologies, Tom Hartley.
Yeah, I just wondered if they've got the field wrong here for the left-hander, especially the way the ball bouncing, having a man round the corner at leg slip. I think that would be a...
Yeah, it's Kuldeep going in. This one turns and bounces, takes the outside portion of Hartley's bat, runs down to short third, and they'll take a single, 127 for 6.
Especially the modern way with obviously DRS and getting your pad out, front pad out the way Kuldeep's getting that ball to bounce, just getting it to stand up. I think I'd have somebody on the inside edge just round the corner or off the flank. Zach Crawley full face of the bat. He has got one for Joe Root. I'm surprised he didn't have one for Tom Hartley coming out to bat. I know he's trying to turn the ball majority of the time back away from Hartley.
Kuldeep goes in, brings Joe Root forward, plays defensively out on the offside no run.
But it's not as though they're struggling for runs to play with. England 132 runs before they make India bat again. Jasprit Bumrah's captain, if we remember. Rohit Sharma's not on the field. Jasprit Bumrah's captain of India or acting captain of India for this morning session.
Kuldeep in. Root clips to mid-wicket and there's no run. Yeah, he's got a stiff back, Rohit Sharma. Well, his team are carrying him at the moment and they're doing quite a good job of it. England trail by 132 with only 4 wickets standing. Joe Root, 39 not out. Gets one from Kuldeep as he bowls left arm over. That is on-off stump. Drives to mid-off and will take a single. Joe Root goes to 40. 128 for 6. Just one other thing about Ashwin. Fifer in his 100th Test match joins Shane Warne, Murali and Anil Kumble to have taken a fifer in his 100th. So we spoke earlier about Alex Stewart getting 100 in his 100th.
Not bad company to be in that.
Oh, absolutely, some proper bowlers in there. In goes Kuldeep. Hartley's playing with his hands at that one. It takes the inside half of the bat and goes to short leg to end the over. 30 overs of the England second innings have been completed. Joe Root 40, Tom Hartley 11, England 128 for 6. If you are just waking up, you probably don't want me to, but I'll quickly go through the England scorecard of the innings. Crawley a 16 ball duck, Duckett 2 from 5, Pope 19 from 23, Bairstow had some resistance, 39 from 31, Stokes 2 from 10, those were all before lunch, and then Folkes 8 from 17, the only man to be dismissed since the break. England trail by 131 here on TalkSport 2. Five for 67 for Ashwin. He took 4 for in the first inning, so one more will give him 10 for the match, and that really will be 100th to remember. Ashwin goes in and bowls. Joe Root is across his stumps, covering up, plays quietly out on the onside, no run.
Yeah, nothing would suggest that he won't get that 10 for. He really has been a threat, a wicket threat in the last couple of tests, the first 2 or 3.
Ashwin in, bowls, Root clips to mid-wickets and will beat the man at short mid-wicket, get a single to Jadeja to take himself to 41, 129 for 6.
In the first 2 or 3 test matches, he played a part of like a support part where other people were getting wickets around him, but in this test match, he really has been, in the last test match, he really has been a wicket threat, as well as just containing and making sure that the partnership from either end is working perfectly.
Around the wicket goes Ashwin. Hartley is looking to turn that leg side and actually gets a leading edge to cover point, and there is no run. And of course he missed 2 days of the Rajkot game because he had to fly back to Chennai to deal with a family matter.
Yeah.
So think what he could have done. Ashwin, oh, it's a loopy one, and Hartley has taken the bait, gone for the big shot, and has inside edged it onto his foot. That one was only 84 kilometres an hour with a bit more air on it, just inviting Hartley as the trout to take the fly, and he came up and had a big old gulp at it.
Yeah, the back pad did him a massive favour there by getting in the way, because that was on its way back onto the stumps. Just going to dangle the carrot a little bit. There is men in the deep.
Ashwin around the wickets. Hartley's playing defensively this time, just wide of Sarfraz under the helmet, no run. Ashwin prepares, comes in around, and again it's the loopy one. And Hartley has spotted that one and hit that perfectly. The previous one, he wasn't quite attuned to. That one, he saw coming. And he's driven that beautifully through wide, mid-off, and away for 4. 133 for 6. Hartley's got 15. England now trail by 126.
Yeah, that's better. He's not trying to hit that one too hard. The ball before, he's tried to hit it too hard. He's trying to hit it on the leg side. Slug sweep, bring the shoulders in and trying to muscle it and biff it a bit too hard. Lost his shape, lost his balance. That one there, a little bit more, width on outside off stump. And he's just caressed it through the offside and the gap that was there. A memo to a lot of the England batters, especially in that first innings. When you try and hit it too hard, make sure your shape's in order. If it's not, you'll succumb. And they're just a great example. 2 balls. One was in total control of body movements. The other, he wasn't.
New over then. Kuldeep will be the man who bowls with an enormous grunt, giving it plenty. And it's Root just coming forward, playing defensively out on the offside. And there is no run. England continue to bat for the time being. Root 41 from 71. Now that one bounces and turns from Kuldeep. Root is able to keep it down. There is a leg slip fielder that Root managed to keep it down and keep the ball away from. Threatened to come up and take the gloves and bring that leg slip into play. Kuldeep's bowled well in this series. Bowled really well. Kuldeep in once again. Joe Root deep in his crease. Plays out on the leg side, no run. There is one thing though about Kuldeep, and I say Joe Root there plays deep in his crease. The TV showed a montage earlier of the Kuldeep wickets, and all of the England batters are all right back in their crease, either getting in a tangle and getting caught or being bowled or LBW. Kuldeep in, bowls once again. Root is forward, playing defensively, no run. The point being that with DRS now you can't play bat and pad close together anymore, because if it goes into the pad you can be giving out LBW. But isn't that better than being right back on your stump, standing in front of all 3, almost waiting for the inevitable to happen? Gives an air of confidence at least. Kuldeep is in. Root clipping through square leg will take a single. He goes to 42. England 134. 4-6 with 1 ball left of the over here on TalkSport 2. Alex Tudor's replaced Steve Harmison.
Yeah, you're right. We discussed that at the back, didn't we, Macca? Yeah, just looking at montage, and you'll find that players tend to bat that way if they don't know what way it's going. I always feel the balls were full, and if you were batting on the crease, I'm thinking you get that foot forward, try and smother the spin before it can turn big. You won't be in trouble, but obviously they've got a different method. It's not quite worked.
Kuldeep in for the final ball of the over. Hartley is playing defensively, and there is no run. 32 overs gone. England 134 for 6, trailing by 125. Don't forget, more live sport coming your way throughout lunchtime and the afternoon on the TalkSport network, because at lunchtime you've got a choice of listening. Manchester United Everton's on TalkSport, Cardiff against Ipswich is on TalkSport 2, and then to round off producer John Norman's day, Fulham are in action at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and Alex Tudor's already told him they will be losing at Wolves. Well, you can find out if that happens live on TalkSport 2 in the Premier League.
Which means when I do it on my ACCA, Fulham will end up winning away. So just go against what I said. Fulham most probably end up winning 2-1, I reckon. Even though I said Wolves will win.
That's a man hedging his bets, folks.
Might be a 2-2 draw.
I think you've literally covered every eventuality now. Well done. New over then with Ashwin bowling the carrying ball first up. Now India are convinced that's hit Joe Root on the pad first. Joel Wilson has said not out, and they're going to get together and have a conversation. Jasprit Bumrah is the stand-in captain because Rohit is off the field with a stiff back. He's walking in. It certainly looks straight. They're asking about whether it was in line or whatever. And the clock has hit 0, and they made the signal in time. They are going to send this one upstairs. India have 2 reviews left.
That was chaotic because I think Bumrah normal vice captaincy duties is fine, but suddenly realizing that people were coming at him from all directions, he couldn't like corral the cats correctly.
Right. It was the carrying ball. And there's definitely bat involved.
He's middled it. He's middled it. Let's move on.
The only question is, did it brush the pad first, is what they'll check. I mean, I don't think it did. And we're now seeing the replay.
I'm satisfied. Joel, you can stay with your original decision. Not out.
So that's a burnt review for India, which means they're now down to 1 because that is now overturned. So England remain 6 down. If we're grasping at straws here, then we might have an Australia-Ashes situation that India burn all their reviews. Ashwin is in, bowls. Joe Root off the back foot punches to Jadeja at long on. They'll take a single, 135 for 6. We had a big discussion at lunchtime. Steve Harmison, Neil Manthorpe and Jarrod Kimmer getting involved in quite where England are with this series. A couple of people have been in touch on social media, so Tudes, I'll put those to you in the course of this over. Jane Timon, who's a big friend of the TalkSport cricket coverage, has said, well, Stokes is talking about the fact he wants to entertain. She says, I, for one, am not finding this entertaining in the slightest. I just want them to win. Is that fair?
Fair. Very fair. Next.
Ashwin in over the wicket. Hartley defends, no run. John Pearce. There used to be a mantra in Test cricket of aim to score 400 minimum in the first innings of a Test. That mantra still has some validity, as if England had done that in this series, they'd have stood a better than 60% chance of winning 3 of the Test matches. Ashwin is in over the wicket, bowling to Hartley, pushing to mid-off, no run.
Again, can't argue with that point.
I mean, I would say almost the biggest weakness of England's batting during Bazball has been the fact they haven't made a lot of runs in the first innings. They've been getting away with it.
Ashwin in and bowls. He's slightly shorter and wider of off stump to Hartley. Hartley hits to point, and there's no cover sweeper because with England 124 behind, there's no need for a sweeper, so it goes all the way to the boundary. 139 for 6, and the deficit now 120.
Poor ball by Ashwin, but that doesn't matter. But good shot. I think that was the Karen ball again. Yeah, it just spins back a little bit. So probably just got that a little bit wider and a little bit shorter than what he wanted. But yeah, I'd say that's the big weakness of the Bazball era, is they just haven't made a lot of runs. And they've made up for it so many times in the second innings. And we talk about that. But they are averaging more in their second innings than the first innings.
Ashwin goes in. This is full and straight. Hartley pushes out on the offside, no run.
That's not how that's not a sustainable business model, because occasionally you're going to get some tricky second innings pitches to bat on. So I think, yeah, he makes a very good point there. I do think in the first innings they haven't got to a point. I would actually prefer them to go, let's try and bat 100 overs and make 400. Give their bowlers a little bit more of a rest and aim at that. Whereas I think sometimes they've just got ahead of themselves. I think back to the declaration at Edgbaston. So I'm not sure they needed to do that, and that ended up coming back to bite them.
I'm not going to talk because DJ Gio's playing an absolute blinder today. He's been the performer of the match. I mean, forget Ashwin. The DJ's getting player of the match for me.
He's been outstanding. Played some old bangers, isn't he? Some serious tunes. Likes a bit of Mikey.
Right then, Kuldeep to start his 9th over. Comes in and bowls left arm over. Brings Joe Root forward. 3 round the bat. Plays defensively, no run.
Is that a forward defence? To a full ball?
Surely not.
Before it turns big?
He'll be dropped.
Leg slip, short leg around Joe Root. Root opens the stance with Kuldeep bowling left arm over. Bowls again with another huge grunt. I'm all in for Kuldeep's grunting. I think that's tremendous. Root clips to Jaiswal at long on, and they'll take a single, 140 for 6.
That's good cricket, isn't it? Just getting your foot out to the ball. It's full, and then just hitting it down to long on, because long on's back. Take 1, thank you. Just keep doing that for longer. That's entertainment for me.
Yeah. By the way, this is TV replaying the previous appeal against Joe Root that they sent upstairs for the DRS. Kuldeep in once again. Hartley defending, coming forward, no run.
It is for me. I think I said it at the time, but it's almost substitute teacher vibes. They were coming at him from every direction, and he was like, who am I listening? Why is that? Akshar Patel at one stage comes from behind him. I don't even know. Akshar Patel might not have been on the field. He just came in to say, I've got this. And even Jadeja was laughing as if to say, he's hit that, hasn't he, to the umpire.
Kuldeep in once again. Hartley's deep in his crease defending. Plays back to the bowler. No run. Yeah, I think the purpose of that replay was to show just how chaotic the whole replay and review process was. Yeah, Rohit, if you are just joining us, Rohit hasn't been on the field all day today. He's got a stiff back.
It should be pointed out that also Rohit's not exactly... He doesn't always stop the madness, but he at least knows who to look at.
Yes, he at least conducts the madness. Kuldeep in once again. Bowls with a grunt. Hartley drives to long off. Jaiswal will do the fielding. Single taken. Hartley to 20. 20 from 22 balls. England 141 for 6. They trail by 118.
Again, another lovely shot. Ball full in length. Foot down the pitch. Hit down to long off. Lovely.
Kuldeep for the final time this over. Joe Root deep in his crease. Turns to the leg side, and it's the end of the over. 34 gone. England trailing by 118, 141 for 6. Joe Root closing in on another half-century. Hartley is 20 not out. Some more thoughts from Alex Tudor. Neil Manthorpe will come in.
Okay, again, what it shows is that if you apply yourself with the right attitude, right manner, you can survive out here. You know, Joe Root showing all his class, all his poise. He's on 44. He's looked good. And he's got an able partner in Tom Hartley, who's just gone about his business quite right as well. Just played the ball on its merit. That's all that you need to do.
We've spoken rightly a lot about Tom Hartley's bowling and his wicket-taking prowess, and the fact that he's the leading wicket-taker in the series. I think Ashwin might have drawn level with him now with his 5 for today, but in fact he might even have overtaken him. But still, Hartley yesterday was the leading wicket-taker in the series with 22, but his batting, and apart from yesterday, his fielding has been a real asset. So it's been a huge tour for Tom Hartley, and because his fielding is as proficient as it is, and his batting is as useful as it is, it may well be that he keeps the spinner spot from even when Jack Leach is fit. Jasprit Bumrah has brought himself back into the attack, and first ball to Hartley is clipped away out to short mid-wicket, catching mid-wicket. I expect that Jasprit Bumrah, who is captaining the side at the moment, as Andrew McKenna was just explaining, is just going to have a little look-see, find if there's any reverse swing, because the ball is into its 35th over. And we've actually seen signs of reverse swing in previous test matches before it was 20 overs old. So I suspect that that's what Bumrah's doing. He's got a couple of slips in for the left-hander. Hits him on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket, up goes the finger. Bumrah's got his man. Unless he reviews, Joel Wilson has his finger up. Hartley's walking down to Joe Root, who himself has survived rightly 2 reviews because he was given out twice when not given out once when he hit the ball. But Hartley, I think, is going. Yeah, I think Joe Root's a little mournful shake of the head. I'm really sorry, Tom, there's nothing I can do for you.
Yeah, he's just said no point review. He was stone cold dead. It was just a beautiful delivery. Caught on the crease, Tom Hartley. Ball angled in at him, just seamed away ever so slightly with a smash middle stump. And that's what happens. World-class bowler replaces world-class bowler. And he's captaining while Rohit Sharma's off the wicket, off the pitch. And Jasprit Bumrah sees the end of Tom Hartley. 20 from 24 balls faced. 141 for 7 England. And it's not been good. The session and a half we've seen so far today. As Mark Wood strolls to the wicket, has a little chat with Joe Root. What's it doing? Not that much. Just play every ball on its merit, you might have a chance.
Are you sure he didn't say, we've just heard that there are no early flights? So Mark Wood is the new man. 141 for 7. Was I think common sense prevailed there, didn't it? I mean, so often you see the non-striker saying, well, look, yeah, it looked pretty straight, but yeah, take it if you want it. But that was as out as it was hitting, what, 2/3 of the way up middle?
I mean, I think the question was, did you hit it? Right, and if it wasn't, I actually originally thought there might have been 2 noises. I don't know what the second noise was, but yeah, that was out. It was out in every language. It was out in club cricket. That was out in cricket in 1940.
I think you could have given it out blindfolded. 3 slips now for Jasprit Bumrah to Mark Wood. Oh dear, that was down the leg side. It was a poor delivery. He was to maybe angle it into the right-hander, but got that wrong.
Was it Ben Stokes who walked on an LBW this series, I think?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Last test match.
You don't see many of them. It doesn't happen all that often. I saw David Hussey do it once in a Shield game, and like got heckled by the 7 people in the crowd. Just wait. You don't know what the umpire's going to do, but occasionally you know, right? I've never walked for an LBW or anything.
You're Australian. Here's Bumrah. Good Yorker, lovely Yorker. Peel for leg before wicket. Wood has gone. Second ball, LBW. Bumrah strikes twice in 3 balls. He knew that the Yorker was his weapon of choice. The first one went wrong. Went down the leg side. The second one looked like that was also heading for middle, maybe the leg side of middle stump.
Absolute world-class delivery. Jasprit Bumrah does this on a regular. Gets that Yorker in, good speed, too good for Wood. The only question is it tailing down? It's in right bang on the foot, that front foot.
Can you go to front on spin mission, please?
I reckon he's struggling.
Or wait, you can go to the alt-right.
To walk after the ball hits him on the foot, or struggling.
Struggling that this is going down, and struggling that his toe might be in trouble.
I'm satisfied.
Not sure the idea of this review after the last. Joe, it's like, maybe I should have done the last one just for fun.
Well, there's no point being bowled out if we've still got reviews left. Might as well burn them up first.
Do you know the thing about the reviews? I don't know if they call them reviews in tennis. Is it when the player
the challenge? An appeal. Challenge. Yeah.
In tennis, the men are much more likely to challenge than women. So men almost always use up their challenges, and women don't. And women have a much higher percentage of getting their challenges right, but they don't do as many challenges. So there is a mental aspect.
It's social commentary as well.
I'm just saying, it's a really, really interesting one.
Male ego.
I haven't seen the women don't play enough DRS to see if it's a similar thing in cricket.
This may not be quite as out
wicket sitting, wicket sitting.
What are you looking at?
Where were you going with that?
No, I said it was hitting middle, and I thought maybe it was going to be hitting leg, but actually it is hitting middle and leg. So
7 inches up the stumps, maybe 5 inches up the stumps.
England still have 2 reviews remaining, but they may not have the opportunity to use them, because Mark Wood has gone, and they are 141 for 8. Jasprit Bumrah striking twice, removing Tom Hartley, LBW, and now removing Mark Wood as well for a second ball duck. And England's whimper towards victory continues, unfortunately. But brilliant bowling from Jasprit Bumrah. And, I said he's maybe brought himself back on to see if there is some reverse swing. And there is a little bit of, we just heard Alex Tudor say, was it tailing away down the leg side? But it just in its last third of its ball flight did just begin to show a little bit of a reverse swing back into the pads, and that may have contributed to Mark Wood missing it. But 141 for 8, and England still a long way away from making India bat again.
I mean, it hit his toe before his bat came down. I'm not sure I mean, you're right. The reverse thing certainly didn't help, but I think he was already out at that stage. Just noticing that Paul Collingwood no longer got the whites on. letting everyone else deal with the drinks now. Him and Tresco are like, we don't want to be associated with this loss.
Or, yeah, if you're thirsty, wait to get a drink for yourself.
If one of you bats long enough, we'll put them back on.
I think Joe Root will... Bumrah in, looking for a third wicket in the over, and there's an appeal for a catch down the leg side as Shoaib Bashir plays a little leg glance at this one heading down the leg side. Shoaib Bashir with figures today, second 5-wicket haul in the series, figures of 5 for 173 in 46.1 overs. There will be some people that look at that ball tracking and might think, well, gosh, it seems to have straightened up, because it was the angle showed it looked like to the naked eyes if it was heading towards leg stump rather than middle stump. It's a matter of semantics. Nice shot here from Shoaib Bashir. Bumrah still looking for the Yorker. He fancies a couple of more LBWs here to finish things off, but Shoaib Bashir has clipped it very nicely. It was a half volley on the pads, and even a number 10 like Shoaib Bashir can put that one away, although he did it pretty stylishly to get off the mark with a boundary. Oh, it was a full toss.
And one thing I love about Jasprit Bumrah is that, I always say for fast bowling, I don't see enough Yorkers. One thing he does, he sort of can do it at will. Yes, that was a low full toss, but I'd rather that than a shorter ball, especially when you're bowling at lower order. Just try and hit them on the pads, on the foot, as he did Mark with the ball before. It's a tremendous skill. Can't stress it enough. And he does that better than most. And that's why he is world class, not just a good bowler, he's a world class bowler in all formats of the game, because he's got that ability to be able to bowl that ball pretty much at will.
There's a lovely list of greatness. It's the list of players who've scored a century in their 100th Test match is pretty substantial, and it stands at about, I think it's 15 players, including 3 Englishmen, Colin Cowdrey, Alex Stewart and Joe Root. But the list of players who have taken, here's Kuldeep Yadav with his left arm wrist spin, a reverse sweep played here from Joe Root, and there's an appeal for a catch by Dhruv Jurel. He's very, very excitable at the moment as he looks to take, but the list of bowlers to have taken 100 wickets, to take 5 wickets in their 100th Test match is a list of greats. Murali, 67 5-wicket hauls in his career.
Yeah, it's madness, isn't it?
That is madness. That is just hard to wrap your head around that. There's some players be happy with 67 wickets. 67 5-fers.
I know.
Here is Kuldeep Yadav again, and Joe Root punches it back off the back foot. But Murali, Shane Warne, Anil Kumble, and now R. Ashwin.
Yeah, all quality bowlers, world-class spinners. Yeah, that's incredible. 60. Jeez.
67 5-wicket hauls in his total of 800.
He's nearly got more fifers than I've bowled overs.
Kuldeep Yadav in again. Joe Root sweeps hard. The ball spins awkwardly out towards, I think that's Akshar Patel who's on the field at the moment as a substitute for Rohit Sharma, the Indian captain, who's got a stiff back. And yeah, another run to Joe Root. We're just having a look at the Ultra Edge replay of that reverse sweep that Joe Root played when there was an appeal for a catch, but his bat hit the ground. He now goes for an orthodox sweep shot and misses it. It's into the gloves of Dhruv Jurel. I have to say, Kuldeep Yadav is bowling with a man oozing confidence, which he is.
I think that last one does show us, though, that I think Ultra Edge is a decent enough tool and works okay. I've got some issues with it, but we should still have Hotspot as well. A combination of both, I think.
Too expensive, isn't it?
Well, that's why they don't want to use it. Yeah. But show you in that sort of situation, that would have been a bit clearer with Hotspot, right?
Yeah. Here's Kuldeep Yadav in again, and this was a much quicker one. Might even have been Kuldeep's top spinner, actually. It's really scurried on, and it's punched away by Root off the back foot out towards mid-wicket. They go through for a couple. Root moves on to 46, 147 for 8.
Didn't some players find a way of maybe that Hotspot didn't show up on the bat?
Oh, no. You could do stuff with Hotspot. It didn't work as well with the edges. That wouldn't have been off the edge, that one. It was the gloves in the middle that Hotspot was really, really helpful for.
Here's Yadav once again, and it's flicked away out on the onside by Joe Root again, and they go through for a single. It's the last ball of the over. He'll keep the strike, 148 for 8. It was, of course, based on very expensive military technology hotspot, and sort of ballpark figure was $1 million per test match to use it, and there were very few of them as well, of those heat-sensitive cameras. And so as the number of matches, international matches around the world expanded, and it continues to expand, they felt that it wasn't fair to use it for the marquee series and not for the smaller series.
But it did give us some great moments.
It did, yeah,
because
absolutely.
There was
well, you expect that for $1 million, wouldn't you?
I don't know how to say this correctly on English radio, but when someone passed wind.
That's a good way of saying it.
Yep, that was one. There was also the Dougie Bollinger rug on Hotspot. There were some beautiful moments with Hotspot that, you know, I think we should always remember.
Or not remember.
Here's Jasprit Bumrah again. Pushed away by Joe Root out on the onside. Decides against accepting the single. Why would he expose number 10, Shoaib Bashir, to Jasprit Bumrah? And he's got 5 balls left. I think passing wind is more of a burp. I think breaking wind.
Breaking wind?
Yeah.
But I don't use these kind of phrases. You know the kind of phrases I would use.
But what you're saying is that the air after such an occurrence would be warmer.
Have you never seen that footage?
No, I have.
I think it might have been Erasmus,
explaining
actually.
it to the listeners who might not realise what you're saying. But it was amusing in a puerile schoolboy sense, which made most of us laugh. Here's Bumrah looking for another Yorker to Joe Root, instead of which it's a half volley on leg stump, and he's clipped it away behind square for a half century. But, well, he got 4. It brings up his half century. And a more muted acknowledgement of a 50, it will be hard to find. I'm not even sure that Joe Root raised his bat, to be honest. It's feels like the captain on the Titanic. He's going to go down with his ship, or used to be his ship. Nicely played. The crowd enjoyed it, and the England fans did anyway. We all stood up, gave him a standing ovation, as they did earlier for Jimmy Anderson, who took his 700th wicket, as Root now plays defensively and there's no run.
I think it shows that if you apply yourself, you can bet on this wicket. 51 from 89 balls, that's what I'm looking at. Balls faced. That's what he's done. He's a quality player. He's like a masterclass. I do tell our kids, especially at my school, if you get the opportunity to watch Joe Root, just watch about how he goes about his innings.
152 for 8. India going to win this game by an innings. Root comes forward and pushes it away behind square on the offside. You might wonder about the feasibility of Joe Root protecting Shoaib Bashir here, given the apparent hopelessness of the situation. But that's what you do. I mean, they're still 207 runs away from making India bat again. 107 runs away from making India bat again. But there's an old truism in cricket. You just never know. It may seem 500 to 1 odds, but just do the right thing and don't give up. Don't wave the white flag. Bumrah again to Joe Root. 2 slips in place. He opens the face of the bat, tries to run it down to third man. It's fielded by the substitute Akshar Patel again, and there's no run. Just go down with a fight. And there wasn't much of that from England so far.
Is this Mark Wood looking at his replay of his LBW?
Well, I hope it's not that, because he was stone dead.
We've got a picture of the England changing room balcony, and Mark Wood is poring over the laptop.
I just hope it's just like a random image, or some Facebook snaps or something, because I just hope it's not him having
Have a look at this funny tweet. They can't be online though, can they? So it has to be something old. That's driven by Root out to extra cover, fielded by Shubman Gill. No run. 152 for 8.
They can't be online. But I've been an analyst in cricket grounds. Oh, no ball. We'll have that one bowled again. I've been an analyst in cricket grounds, and so the day before you're usually there, and you have Wi-Fi access, of course, in a cricket ground, and you use it. the only thing that you do is you press the Wi-Fi to airplane mode on the days of the game. I don't know if this has changed, but when I was an analyst in grounds, this is 2018, 2019, 2020. And I was like, so the only thing stopping me from going on the internet is me remembering to turn my Wi-Fi off. And there was one game, halfway through, I started getting all these notifications on my computer. And I realized I just left it on.
Oops.
And I was thinking, this is not a safe system.
Do you call foul on yourself?
I didn't tell the ACSU. I'm telling, unless they're listening now.
Here's Bumrah again, and the last ball is going to cost him 4 runs. So that no ball cost him 5 runs actually, because 1 for the no ball, and this time he's pulled a wide half volley, and Joe Root has driven it handsomely through the covers for 4. So 5 off the last ball effectively of that over, and Root moves on to 55.
In fact, I did 2 things when I was an analyst.
Grassing on yourself there, isn't you?
The other one was quite funny, where I was wearing my Apple Watch one day, or my smartwatch one day, and again, it was picking up the Wi-Fi from the ground and giving me some information, even though my phone was in, because they take your phone away, right? You don't have your phone, take your phone away, but and I suddenly realised I had it on, and I took it off and slipped it in my pocket, zipped it up, made sure. But I was actually part of the reason that the ICC brought that regulation in about smartwatches, because there was a series where there was a bunch of players all using smartwatches, and we were like, well, wait a minute, you can get messages via a smartwatch. So I was part of the team that wrote the article for Cricinfo that changed the ICC's regulation on smartwatches, and then still had my smartwatch out on the field.
Yadav into Bashir, defends, no run.
I'm just saying I was not the most secure person, and if I was accidentally circumnavigating these rules, it tells you they're a little bit more flimsy than sometimes we might give them credit for.
They are well intended.
And I was well intended.
Here is Yadav again, and Shoaib Bashir comes forward. Now then, I just want to point out that none of the preceding 9 batsmen have been able to pick Kuldeep Yadav's Sarongan. So let's not raise our expectations too high for Shoaib Bashir at number 10. And he is not striding into his choice of shot with a man who knows what he's reading here. That's short and pulled into Sarfaraz Khan at short leg. Shoaib Bashir laughs. It's hit him. I don't know where it's hit Sarfaraz Khan, but he's laughing and he's holding his helmet. So maybe it actually hit him on the helmet. Short pull, bang! It was right on top of the head.
Does he have to go through a concussion test?
Well, evidently not, because he's laughing. I mean, if you get hit on the head as a batsman, you do. Batter. But Shoaib Bashir denied runs by Sarfaraz Khan's helmet. Oh, that one keeps very low, rips back into him. Terrific leggy from Kuldeep Yadav. Bashir manages to keep it out, and it continues to be amused. I think that may have something to do with the banter around the close fielders, but it kept very low as well.
Yeah, it did, but it was well watchful, really well played.
Here is Yadav once again, and Bashir lunges forward here, keeping bat to pad together. When I suggested yesterday to Steve Harmison that there was something about Shoaib Bashir that suggests that there could be, something to work with as far as his batting is concerned, he almost had to leave the commentary area for laughter. I don't think he was convinced at all. Slog sweep from Shoaib Bashir now, and he's hit that rather nicely. 1 bounce 4. And that exactly is what I said yesterday. I said he's got a decent slog sweep. Remember, he hit Ashwin for 4 over mid-wicket. He's just done the same to Yadav.
Yes, and a clever shot as well. There's no fielder out there, so why not? It's a safe shot. He moves on to 8 from 8. England 161 for 8. Still trailing by 98. Joe Root stands strong, 55 not out, showing that if you apply yourself, there are runs to be had out there.
Well, 55, as you say, Joe Root, 161 for 8. And Drinks coming onto the field now. The 4th umpire is also strolling out with what looked like a collection of umpiring kit rather than Drinks. Drinks coming on for the players. I don't know what the 4th umpire was taking out there. Maybe it's something to get the umpires online.
Your friend Gary has sent you through a message. He says he's gone through 62,175 first-class scorecards, hoping not manually. Bashir is the 16th player whose second first-class 5-wicket haul has been in tests. Lyon Cummins, Dennis Atkinson, Ashantha Duhamel, Heath Streak, Andy Blignort, Alan Border, Vinathan John, Sanath Jayasuriya, Chris Gale, Michael Clark, Nathan Horitz, Fidel Edwards, Sikandar Raza and James Pattinson.
My question was taking 2 5-wicket hauls in test matches without having a first-class one.
I think that's what this is.
Is that what that... Did you say Chris Gale?
Chris Gale. If you have a look, there's quite a lot of batters in here, right? You've got Border, Gale, Clark,
I'll tell
Horitz.
you, while you go through that, I'm going to let John Norman take over from me.
The entire question is for you.
I'm listening.
Harmy doesn't care. The entire question is for you. You just run away. You throw this. This man went through 62,175 first-class scorecards, and you just leave the room. Disgusting behaviour. Anyway, there was a few players there.
Yeah, but he commented on 30,000 of that 62,000 probably, didn't he? as a one's got to hit me on the back of the head in a second.
That's unfair. Manners was only at about 20,000 of them.
What have I missed?
Absolutely nothing. Basically, that's today's Primark.
We were talking about that a couple of tests ago, as when Bashir got his first fifer, and I was saying, what is the record for a bowler to overtake their first class tally of wickets in test matches? So he must have gone past his first class tally in his second test match, or his third test match.
He came in with, what did he come in with, 10 first class?
I don't think it was as much as then. Was as much? Yes,
I think it was 10, wasn't it?
It was 10 first class wickets.
Yeah, 10 first class wickets at 67 when he came in, and he got 12, 17 wickets in this series.
But how many? At what test was it that he went past 10? So when did he reach 21 first class wickets?
In the first innings of the fourth test match. You got 4 in the second test match.
So
Didn't play the third.
That was
got
his
5 in the first innings.
Was that his third test match or his second test match?
So it would have been his second test match, and that would have been, what was that? No, it wouldn't. Yeah, it was his second test match, and it would have been his 20. Would he have 22 test? Yeah, 22 first class wickets after that test match.
So in his second test match, he basically went past his first class. That must be a bit of a record. He must be up there anyway. Either way, he's batting as well. He can bat. Strike rate of 100. Unfortunately, he's on 8. And it's Joe Root facing with 2 slips, and Jasprit Bumrah beats Joe Root past the outside edge. He actually looked like he withdrew the bat at the last moment. Joe Root becoming just the second England batter in this test match to go past 50, after Zach Crawley managed it in first innings. India's scorecard looks a little healthier. The batting scorecard in first innings, 50 for Jaiswal, Khan and Padikkal, and centuries for Sharma and Gill. They were bowled out earlier today. The highlight of the day, without a doubt, Bashir's 5th wicket. Coming so soon after Jimmy Anderson's 700th career one. But the smiles were replaced by grimaces soon after as Root comes forward and pushes this ball to a deep backward point and does not call Bashir through for the single.
Yeah, England have had 3 centurions in this. I've seen something on social media for 3 centurions in this series. And
so that's Root, Pope and Duckett.
And Root's the only one that's backed it up with a 50. The only person that's got 100 and a 50 in this test series.
And the only batter to average over 40 would be Crawley, for England.
Who hasn't got 100.
Who hasn't got 100, but there was a fascinating chat at lunch, and it'll be available as a podcast and also across on the YouTube channel, the Cricket YouTube channel. Welcome, by the way, to listeners on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. But yourself, Harmy, Jarrod Kimber and Neil Manthorpe went through all the 14 players used by England.
Yeah, went through the majority. The one that we didn't go through the most, and I think we can revisit that at some point, and that was more through Ben Stokes, and has a performance, and as a batter, as a captain, he bowled 5 overs. But I think that should be done in isolation, along with the Brendan McCullum and how the team have performed. But the rest of them we went through from 1 to the 14 on how they've come, and a plus and a minus.
Whether their stock has risen or dropped, beaten again by... I don't think I would like to see the pace of that delivery. Either way, it moved away off the seam, I think, past the bat of Joe Root, who's turning down singles.
Kept low a little bit, I thought.
Played inside the line a little bit as well, maybe, Root, but with bat well in front of body. He's 55 from 96. And England, who started this series so strongly, finishing it with a little bit of a whimper as he's coming forward again, Root, and this time, after seeing 2 balls go past the outside edge, Jasprit Bumrah targets the pad of Root. Kind of falls over a little bit as he tries to play this ball to mid-wicket. Actually, he plays a little straighter than that, but it's an inside edge that actually saves him on this occasion. Otherwise, that would have been plumb.
Yeah, that's how he's been got out a couple of times in the series off Jasprit Bumrah, but that was there. It was exactly the same ball pitched in a similar area. The 2 balls before have decked away and jagged away, and he's missed the outside edge, and that one there decked back in towards off stump.
Field is coming in. Deep square is now at square leg as Bumrah again targets the pads, and he will allow Joe Root to pick up a boundary through mid-wicket with a healthy clip. And 1 run, or rather 1 ball left of Bumrah's 9th over. He's picked up 2 wickets to fall. 2 of the wickets that have fallen since the lunch break. Hartley and Wood being dismissed within 3 deliveries of each other. Root moves to 59, 165 for 8. Can Root take the single to get Bashir? Well, the answer is no. Bumrah fires in a Yorker. Root digs it out comfortably enough. It's fielded by that fielder that's been brought in from the square leg boundary, and it means that Bashir will face the first ball of the next over. 4 coming from it. Root is 59, and England 165 for 8. Still miles away from making India bat again.
2 big wickets for England in that session from Bumrah, and it was a beautiful bit of bowling from Bumrah to get Hartley from around the wicket. Just got the ball to angle in towards the stumps and then straighten the touch, and then the perfect Yorker to a tail end batter. Bang, straight on the big toe. Fortunately for Mark Wood, he had his boot in the air. His heel was planted in the ground, so his toe was in the air because his foot was flush on the floor, and that hit him on the top of the toe, and it would have been a struggle for Mark Wood to walk off the field because his big toe would have been busted. Bumrah is leading the team. Rohit Sharma's off the field with a stiff back, century in that first innings for India, and Bumrah, he's not put a foot wrong. Helped by some great bowling, and then his bowling change to get himself back on was ideal towards the tail enders.
And we've got a tail ender facing Kuldeep Yadav, and it's Bashir. Ooh. How tall is Bashir? He's 6'4".
Standing next to him, he looks probably as tall as I was, I would say. He's about 6'4", 6'5", I would say. There's not a lot of him, where there's a lot of me. There's not a lot.
Well, there is now. There wasn't back in the day. Actually, you do yourself a disservice as well. As Bashir just plays this to the right of short leg. It was in the air for a section. It was a little bit more bounce than what we've seen from the ball previous.
Surprised I haven't got a man round the corner. Really surprised he hasn't got it. He now goes in.
Yeah.
Horse is bolted, should we say, but yeah. He's a tall man, very, very tall. I would say he's 6'5", Shoaib Bashir.
Yeah, Jadeja's been put in there now, so there's a leg slip and a slip as he defends this ball, which turns a lot from well outside off stump, but Bashir has to prevent the ball from going on. Might have actually gone over the top of the stumps, but he defends it anyway.
We've got Sarfraz at short leg, Jadeja at man round the corner, Jurel, all 3 of them you can hear. They're all having a conversation, and I think Shoaib Bashir's laughing. I think he understands what they're saying.
I was going to say, this is floated up, and he gets the line wrong. This is down the leg side. There's a little bit of it's pushed to mid-wicket. Joe Root and Bashir almost decide halfway down the track whether to take the single or not, because there's 2 balls left to the over.
Root was saying, come on, and Bashir was looking at Root, and I think Joe was more like looking at him going, what, you're trying to protect me now?
They forgot what the roles were just for a moment.
I've got this. Joe,
I've got nearly
stay
12,
where you are, see through to a century.
Outsorted it, you've only got 12,000 test runs, you're all right.
I think you're right as well. I think that Shoaib Bashir was listening to the chat. Again down the leg side, and Joe Root will get off strike. Ravichandran Ashwin, short fine, but not short enough to prevent a single. And that brings Bashir back on strike. He's got 1 ball to see off Kuldeep Yadav.
We talked about it yesterday, didn't we? That he does understand it. I think he said he doesn't understand every word, because I think he speaks Urdu, not Hindi, but obviously they're very, very similar. But I don't know how fluent he is. But he has been eavesdropping on the team. Not eavesdropping now, he's just laughing. So they're obviously now talking for his benefit. So Root can't hear.
Absolutely. Last ball of the over, and again, it's on a leg stump at line. A big smile on the face of Shoaib Bashir, who, despite the match situation and where the destination of the trophy is heading, is enjoying himself. He's picked up a 5 for his playing for England. I mean, his body language has just grown in stature as the series has progressed. He's taken wickets. He's having fun.
He's having fun, he is. And what strikes me of being out there for the first 2 test matches, whenever he was around, the smile was on his face. He was loving life. And you've got to remember as well, it didn't start very well. It started with him having to go back to England. You're new to the group, going back to England. You're a young man, having the visa problems he had, and then having to come back out. I think more special, because he'll have come back out, feeling as though it possibly wasn't his fault. Feeling as though he's not part of the group. But I think he's handled himself and bowled very, very well.
2 slips in place, and they are spread wide apart, covering the space of 3, perhaps, as Root defends this ball from Jasprit Bumrah out to the covers at no run. Bumrah captaining it in place of Rohit Sharma, who's, as Hamid just said, is off the field and hasn't appeared today. He's nursing a little bit of a stiff back, and we know that the Root Bumrah battle has led to some defining moments in this series so far. Whatever happens here, it's unlikely to be added to in terms of destination of where this series is going, as Root presses forward, just opens the face of the bat a touch, rolls this ball to deep backward point, but doesn't need protecting from Bashir or by Bashir just yet, so he'll stay where he is. He remains at 60 not out. The score, England 167 for 8. Bumrah, of course, was rested, wasn't he, for that 4th test match? A test match that England were almost in control of for a couple of days. As Bumrah's back, and he fires one into Root, who again tries to get onto the front foot, but this, so it's a little faster, perhaps. It's the bounce that does for Root, actually, I think, wraps him high up on the thigh, and just another little bit of drama towards the back end of this test match.
Nipped back beautifully. He's got the seam upright. He's not got the seam sort of canted towards slip. He's got the seam bolt upright, because I think he's actually looking to see if it reverse swings, but because he's got the seam upright, it's jagging either way. Natural variation. Joe Root's trying to protect the outside edge.
Yeah, but in doing that, Bumrah is just trying to bring the ball back in and targeting the stumps, as this again angling in on off stump, and Root pushes this to mid on no run.
He should probably look at a reverse scoop. Too soon?
Oh no, absolutely not. I mean, you've only got 1 wicket until the end of the series, so I'm surprised that you didn't mention it about 2 innings ago.
It wouldn't surprise me if we see it at some point.
It would make more sense now.
Yeah.
In fairness. Will Jared call it, as he just shuffles across to the offside as Root. It's a fraction wide this time from Bumrah, and Root almost plays at a ball that doesn't really want to.
No, it's the 5th ball of the over, so he's looking for the singles. Actually, he was deceived. It was a slow ball. It was an off cutter, and it just bounced on on Joe Root. He's just trying to run it down to third, where there's a little bit of a gap, a little bit of a vacancy in the cordon that you can just guide the ball through. That's where the area I'm sure he's looking for. Either that or getting across to off stump and down to square leg.
Bumrah again, wide again, and Joe Root just throws his hands at a delivery. It wasn't a particularly good one from Bumrah. Just 2 men out on the offside. Really has cleared these with ease, and he moves to 64 with 4 at the end of the over. But that, of course, means that Bashir will face the first ball of the next one.
Again, Bumrah's gone for the slower ball. He's gone wider again. Seeing if Joe Root can throw his hands at it, and he did. He went aerial, but realised, there was a little bit of a deception in the pace. But because it was so wide, he could just keep going up, and it's gonna over the infield and one bounce forward. But Jadeja's going to come on, and the good move from Bumrah, try and get that front pad of Bashir in the game. And I think he's got more chance with Jadeja than he has with Kuldeep Yadav.
Bon Jovi ringing out. Dharamshala.
Been very, very good, hasn't it?
Well, that's a favourite song of the Barmy Army, We're halfway there. It's a regular song, so I'm sure that Chris Millard and the Barmy Army team have probably had a word with the DJ. 2 slips in place and short leg as Bashir. Handsome square cut, which just drops short of points. No run, 171 for 8.
I'm not sure England have got a prayer, though.
Well, Scott Taylor's just remarked it's halfway point of the test match as well.
I was thinking, halfway to what are England at the moment?
Everest. Beaten this time is Bashir, with the ball turning away from the bat, taken behind the stumps by Jarrell, who's had another accomplished game. I mean, we've spoken a lot about England. As he edges this delivery from Jadeja, does Bashir. Thick outside edge. It's flown to the right of Shubman Gill at second slip. Full-blooded drive, actually. And Gill has put down a chance, but, I mean, it's gone to him so quickly.
Yeah, it's flown at him. If you're going to flash hard. He's not got a mitt on it. Got nowhere near it at second slip. Just thrown above the eye line. Bounce to touch. Good portion of the outside edge of the bat.
It's Padikal at second slip as Bashir lets this one go. He moves to 13. England trail by 84 runs. They're 175 for 8. This is straighter, and a shout from Jadeja, with Bashir playing the ball to the leg side, but Jadeja just feeling that maybe the bat got there after the pad. Either way, no review. 1 ball left of the over. What chance Bashir trying to take a quick single. He wristily, dreamily flicks this to point. No run. Seen off another. Well done, Bashir. England 175 for 8.
Just managed to get the bat down in time there. That was straight. Talked about it, why Jadeja's coming on to bowl, is to try and get that front pad in the game.
We've spoken about England a lot, of course, but what about India then? Because we know that there's players out of this side that are due to come back. The Kohlis and possibly Rahul. I mean, we spoke about Rahul a lot, but he was under pressure himself. He scored a century against South Africa in that first test where India went down heavily. I think Sunil Gavaskar described it as one of the top 10 Indian centuries he'd ever seen. But he's always been one of those players that's kind of seemingly battling for his place. He was talking, might even take the gloves. He's up the order, he's down the order, he's all over the order. Does he make his way back into this side when India play again, which is later this year, I think? It's either against Bangladesh. I know they've got 2 tests against New Zealand. You might know it, actually, Jared.
They've got Australia coming up on the horizon as well.
That's later.
That's later, but but I would imagine they'll be gearing towards that. Their next big test series on the horizon is obviously against Australia.
I've got a feeling they've got Bangladesh or Sri Lanka, but Jared will tell us. They've definitely got 2 tests against New Zealand.
Yeah, they're hosting Bangladesh for 2 tests in September.
So that's their next series, and then they've got a couple against New Zealand. Mohamed Siraj is going to get a bowl for the first time in the innings And this is clipped away, fine of the wicket by Joe Root, taking the ball off his pads, but he will not take a run.
And it's in Australia as well, isn't it? So they're going to go to Australia in the next 12 months. So
yeah, that'll be November. It'll be December, won't it?
Yeah,
December through to January. But it's 5 tests actually, so it might start towards the back end of November.
Yeah,
possibly.
So you're looking for me on that. You've got to get a seamer into it, which Shami comes back in.
So Shami, if he's fit, comes straight back in as Siraj draws a defensive shot from Joe Root, covers up and pushes the ball back to the bowler. No run.
Siraj will bowl a lot better in Australia than we've seen him bowl in this series as well. So that will help them. And they've got Prashid Krishna, who's, 6'5"?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, actually, if he is that tall, but he's got incredibly long arms. He bowls like he's 6'5".
He bowls from his release points from a good tall height. So I would imagine he'll come back into the connect as a backup bowler. You'd think that Siraj, Bumrah and Shami will be the three, and it'll be which spinner they leave out.
Will Thakur come back in, all-rounder? He played the last time India were in Australia, but then again, who didn't? As Root is forward and defends again.
I don't think he'll play in Australia because, I don't think his skill set is particularly... it makes sense him playing in South Africa and New Zealand and England because he can swing it around a bit more. I don't think it makes as much sense to him playing in Australia, but they might have to take him, and they've got that awkward sort of thing of... They probably want Kuldeep instead of Ashwin now, but Kuldeep isn't the batter that Ashwin is.
That number 8 spot.
Well, I tell you what, I think Kuldeep was batted pretty well in this series.
Yeah, but he's...
Over Ashwin as Root again. Lots of space on the offside, and there's a single there, but he turns it down.
Yeah, he did just get bounced out by 41-year-old Jimmy Anderson.
Jimmy Anderson bounced him out. It's a bit different.
In India.
You're fixing me with a stare.
In India.
Jared. Well, yeah, but you only have to go back to the fourth test.
Oh, I think he's fine against spinners and he can block. I think Kuldeep's your Matthew Hoggard type player, maybe slightly more technically sound, but it's very hard to get him out. But I'm not sure he can put any pressure back on you if he's batting at number 8.
He's got a few more shots than Hoggy.
Well, I mean everyone had a few more shots.
Hoggy only played one attacking shot in his whole life, and that was at Trent Bridge.
Down the track is Root, and he'll pick this off his pads, and he'll take 4. Fine of the wicket. Nicely played by Root. He moves to 68. Maybe Bashir is sticking around for Root's century.
Fingers crossed. Joe Root's looked in total control from the minute he's walked out to bat. He really has. He's hit the boundary comfortably. Defensively, he's been solid. When carnage was around him, he's been the sort of shining light and calming influence that he regularly is for England in the middle order.
I think India have got a good conundrum, good question to have about the wide and driven square of the wicket. This is a beautiful shot from Joe Root. Wristily, dreamily played square, and he'll take another 4 runs. It moves into the 70s, 70 for 2. Siraj has gone for a couple of boundaries in his first over back. England up to 183 for 8.
Yeah, not what you want for Jasprit Bumrah as acting captain when you make a decision to bring a seamer on and he bowls both sides of the wicket. One down the leg side, clipped away for 4, and then over pitched wide outside off stump. But yeah, I think you're right when it comes to India. India have got some headaches, some big headaches, I think, over the course of the next 12 to 18 months when it comes to their team. But I think the headaches are positive ones. How do you do get Mohammad Shami back in the side? You get, for me, the all-time great modern day cricketer in Virat Kohli back in the side, and KL Rahul. That's the more questionable one, but I think KL Rahul does come back into this team.
So Jaiswal and Sharma opening up. Virat first drop.
Gill at 3.
Oh, Gill at 3, sorry.
Yeah.
Virat at 4. 2 slips back in place and a short leg. 3 fielders, 2 in catching positions on the offside. There's a mid-off as well for Bashir, who looks pretty composed as he definitely plays this into the offside. No run.
KL Rahul at 5, Jadeja 6, Jarrell at 7. I think picks itself.
Jadeja again, touch more flight. This is driven by Bashir, but it will be fielded. Talking of hog, I've hogged another over from Andrew McKenna, so I will deliver this delivery, and then Mako will be in alongside Harmy, who can continue the conversation. As up on his toes, trying to push this past second slip is Bashir. No run. 183 for 8 then, England.
And then when they come, the Bangladesh series, or when they play in India, I think they'll keep the spin options in play as Jadeja comes in. inside edge towards the square leg, but single not taken. Fourth ball of the over. Joe Root's decided that he's going to stay down the non-striker's end. A little bit of a look there from Bashir, who's 13 off 23 balls, looking at the former England captain, saying, I'm going all right here, you've just pinched a run off me.
Jadeja is in, outside of off stump. Bashir has nothing to do with that one, leaves it through to the keeper. You did quite a good job there, well done, mate.
Thank you. No.
I'm already losing 2 days' work out of this, don't take any more off me.
No. Definitely not on that side defence, quite happily. You're talking nonsense from this side of it.
Jadeja in, left arm around, gives that one to Met. That's really slow and it barely bounces. There's so little momentum on that ball. Bashir pushes it to silly point and there's no run. End of the over, 44 gone. Here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. In England 183 for 8.
Just to finish off, I think when they're playing in India, I think the three spinners are in the game, and I think it'd be Mohammad Siraj who's the one that misses out when Mohammad Shami comes back. Shami, Bumrah, Ashwin, Kuldeep and Jadeja. What a team, what a bowling unit that is, by the way. And then when they go to Australia, which I think everybody gears towards the big series with the big three now, when they're going to play each other more and more over 5 test matches each time, then India somehow have to find that number 8 spot, whether it's a spinning all-rounder or a seaming all-rounder. That's where the difficult decision is going to be made.
Coaches always talk about those, don't they, and the fact that they want to have difficult decisions, they want to have world-class players in all positions, and that is the situation. India aren't trying to sort of scrabble around to find someone. The problem is we've got too many good players for this situation. It's not a bad place to be in. Neither is Joe Root. 72 not out from 112 balls. England 183 for 8. So they trail by 76. Well, they've at least got it under 100. Because that was looking quite a long way off at one stage. And the Siraj experiment, what a band they were, by the way, in the 70s, has lasted 1 over. Kuldeep is back. Maybe because it's Joe Root on strike. But Siraj 1 over, going for 8. That is his 1 over in the second innings. His only over. It wasn't exactly overly worked in the first. 8 overs, 0 for 24. So, well done, Mohammed. 9 overs in the game.
Yeah, still picking up his match fee. I wonder if he bowled in trainers. Did he have bowling boots on?
Flip-flops, probably. Well, it might be a bit cold for flip-flops in Dharamshala. I think it was 13 degrees, they said today, when play started, which was warmer than day one when it was only 6 degrees. Unfortunately for England, India have turned up the heat massively on the cricketing front today. Absolutely bombing the England second innings. To mean it has been a procession, bar Joe Root and a quick cameo from Johnny Bairstow. Kuldeep will go in and bowl to Root, who's stretching a long way forward, turning it round the corner, turning it all the way to fine leg, but turning down the run.
Again, showing if you apply yourself, play the ball accordingly. He's faced 113 balls. We haven't said that too often during this series, have we? England players facing deliveries. Causing all sorts of havoc on the socials, isn't it?
Kuldeep now going around the wicket to Joe Root. Joe Root is taken on the pad, but well outside the line of off stump, and the LBW appeal is turned down. Interestingly, India have got 4 out on the boundary, right out on the boundary in catching positions. Joe Root doesn't really go. They've gone for the in-out, so they've got the close fielders and the deep man. Kuldeep around the wicket again to Joe Root, that turns into him big, and he pulls it around, staying low in the crease, and will now take the single down to deep backward square. And Bashir will be on strike for 3 more. In fact, just seeing that LBW appeal, not only was he outside the line, he also under-edged it onto his pad as well. Other than that, it was a good shout.
He didn't have much for it, did it?
Not really.
Jarrell gets excited, doesn't he? Bless him. He's been a find for India. There's another headache they're going to have to try and sort out once everyone's back fit.
Well, you would suggest he's probably got the job until Rishabh Pant is available, and then there's a real discussion. KS Barrett started this series, but better keeper, but unfortunately didn't have a great time with the bat, and rightly or wrongly, we all know the thing now, that your keeper has to contribute with bat as well as gloves. And so Jarrell has come in, and although he's had a couple of balls this series, I mean, he had one earlier today he never even sniffed, that nearly bowled Ollie Pope and went for 4 byes. He's done okay with the gloves. He has done okay.
Ollie Robinson, just on our screen, left of the captain. He's trying to get his brain.
We're not going to describe that. We'll let the people on TV do that. Here on radio, we've got a bit more decorum and a bit more class.
Okay.
Kuldeep, left arm over the wicket. Bashir is deep in the crease, pushing out on the offside. And there is no run. All I'll say is it's a good job he cut his fingernails this morning.
Yes. Bashir's he's done well here.
Yeah, Bashir is 26 balls faced. Got 13. Kuldeep is going into him. It's a googly. Pitching outside leg. Carrying on across the right-hander. Outside half of the bat. Plays it defensively. No run.
And this is what India, Bumrah and Kuldeep Yadav showed, didn't they? If you don't look like you want to attack too much, the bowlers are going to have to work really hard to get you out. There's something in it.
Kuldeep for the final time this over. Goes in and bowls with a grunt. He beats the inside edge. Takes Bashir on the pad, but the appeal is quickly stifled, and it's the end of the over. 45 gone. Here on TalkSport 2 and on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 184 for 8. England, Bashir's got 13. Root has got 73. They still have now put on 43 from 63 deliveries. I'm starting to get the impression that DJ Geo is now trolling England. We've had Living on a Prayer, which has been quite on the button, and now we found Love in a Hopeless Place.
Yeah, he's definitely having a little bit of laugh at England's expense. While they're at home advantage, why not? I'm sure we would be doing the same if we had a DJ in the ground and you already had won the series 3-1 and it looks like you're going to win this one. Well, not look like you are. They will win this one. So why not? Bit of light humour. When you don't take yourself too seriously, I suppose you have a little smile as well and laugh.
Jadeja it is then to Joe Root. Joe Root's got down and played the reverse. Slip had spotted that Root was going to go down on the reverse and started moving to his right, Shubman Gill, and Root ended up actually not getting as big a contact as he wanted, and the ball rolls through where Shubman Gill was and goes away for 4. It was a very fine nick actually in the end, that Shubman Gill ended up diving back to where he was and couldn't, and England get 4 more.
Yeah, hit the bottom of the edge, that sort of saved him, I reckon. If it hit in the middle of the bat, I reckon there would have been talk again.
Root 77 turns this one away on the onside. Jadeja fields in his own bowling after bowling it left arm around. I think that debate is, if Joe Root's playing it when he's got 77 in this, I'm absolutely fine with it. Joe Root has been hit on the back pad. Jadeja really wants an LBW. I thought I heard a nick off the outside edge before it went onto the thigh. Jarrell is walking down saying we should review it. And Jasprit, he may only be the standing captain, but he's already worked that one out and gone, no, we're not.
No, I think Jarrell walked down and said we should review it, and then Jarrell said, actually, I'm not sure, and he walked back. So either someone told him something or he changed his mind. I thought it was worth reviewing.
Jadeja is in. Root pushes into the offside, and there is no run. I think I hear 2 noises on that replay.
I wondered if one noise wasn't his bat flicking his pad on the way through, but there were 2 noises, you're right.
And that's the question.
But I think they might, I don't want to say made a mistake, because it doesn't matter, but there's a possibility anyway.
Bashir on strike. 13 not out. Silly point stationed in front of him. That one stays low and takes the outside of off stump. And England are 1 delivery away. Bashir can't quite believe it. He looks down at the castle that's been dislodged behind him and walks away with 13 to his name. And England are 189 for 9. And in fairness to Bashir, this isn't down to you, mates. That's a pretty decent effort. You've got done by one that stayed down, gripped and turned and take the very outside of off stump. And England are on the brink.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about that. Shoaib Bashir, you can hold your head up high, young man. You've had a good series. tried there with the bat to hang around with Joe Root, who's batting beautifully. But his 13 runs has come to the end. Jadeja doing what he does. Coming around the wicket to the right-hander, ball sort of pitching straight and straighten. And with the angle, going in with the angle and then just straighten. Didn't bounce as Bashir would have liked, sort of skidded underneath his bat. Just flicking off stump. It's that death rattle. And his head sort of went back, went, oh no. And then he just turns and walks off. As you rightly said, Macca, there's nothing he could do about that. He's done well, the young man. Definitely one of the ticks and the positives from this series.
So James Anderson walks out. Now, of course, James Anderson and Joe Root do have previous. They put on a very big partnership. I think it was Trent Bridge, where Anderson got 80-odd.
And that was, I think that I could be wrong. It might be the only game in Test cricket where 250, because did Mohammad Shami make a 50 in that one as well? It was the flattest. I still think it might be the worst Test match I've ever covered until the last ball. When Alistair Cook got Ishant Sharma out.
Yes.
Then it was almost all worth it for that.
Here we go then. One ball from Jadeja at James Anderson, and Anderson is solidly forward, defending as Jadeja bowls left arm around, and it's the end of the over. Look, I'm not saying they're going to do it again, but Anderson has got the ability to stick, and with Joe Root 22 away from what would be a very hard-earned 100, let's hope he can get there. It's 189 for 9 here on TalkSport 2.
He had the ability to stick a decade ago. Just tells you how ridiculous his career is, right? He's played so long that a decade ago he could do these things. But let's be honest, Mac, a lot of opportunities for reverse sweeps here.
Absolutely. And on the day he brought up 700 Test match wickets, let's hope that James Anderson can add a batting moment as well for him.
Be doing himself a disservice not to play a reverse sweep on a day he took 700 Test wickets.
Well, if anyone deserves something, it's definitely Jimmy Anderson. What he has given to this England team over the years, long years, 700 wickets for me, won't be seen again, especially from a fast bowler. He's been phenomenal.
Kuldeep then. To start the 47th over of the innings, Root gets down, plays the reverse, plays it well, plays it through third for 4. Root is into the 80s. He goes to 82 out of England's 193 for 9.
Yeah, it's a shot he plays on a regular and plays it extremely well. Gets nice and low, head still. Vacant third, that's why he plays it. There's no one there, so safe. Gets him a lot of runs.
Kuldeep, left arm around, bowling his wrist spin. Root punches into the offside. There is nobody inside a theoretical 30-metre one-day circle for India at the moment. So Root has the ability to just play it out there and easily enough. He doesn't take the single, so he's on strike for the next delivery, sweeping it out to Siraj at deep mid-wicket, and again they don't take a run. Oh dear. I thought there was something funny about the dismissal of Bashir, and I've just worked out why. He knew that it had gone into the keeper's gloves. He heard that sound. He didn't realise it had grazed the outside of off stump, so made the T signal to say, no, I didn't hit it, review it. And Joe Root is actually giggling at the non-striker's end, saying, no, mate, you've been bowled. Kuldeep goes in, Root deep in the crease, turn to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I think the England dressing room have just clocked on to what happened there as well. I think that if there's a kangaroo court at the end of the tour, that may cost Bashir trying to review a bowled. I mean, even Stuart Broad never tried to review a bowled, did he? Actually, probably did.
We've had a couple, haven't we? Virat tried to review a bowled at one stage. There's been a couple where, usually it's when you think the wicketkeeper might have taken the bails off, or you're just confused at what happened. Mike Gatting would have done it against Warne. He spent 15 minutes trying to work out what had happened to him.
Right, Anderson facing Kuldeep. Kuldeep goes in, bowls him the googly. Anderson turns it to fine leg. Root says, well, I'll come for the single if you want. But Anderson said, no, there's only one ball left in the over. I'll take it.
It's not talked about enough, but the actual commentary of Richie Benaud of the Mike Gatting ball is perfect, because I used to have the entire commentary on a poster. That was just the words. There was no picture of the ball or of Gatting or Warne.
Kuldeep waits at the end of his mark, now comes in and bowls to Anderson. Anderson defends. End of the over. Root will be on strike, therefore. Anderson's done his job. I've done mine. Jared and Alex can fill in as Neil Manthorpe is going to step into the breach.
So Richie Benaud says Mike Gatting has absolutely no idea what has happened to that ball. And then there's a pause for like 3 seconds, and then he goes, still doesn't know. And it's true, because you see Gatting looks at the square leg umpire, then he takes a couple of steps, then he looks at the pitch, then he looks at the stumps, he looks back at the pitch, I think.
Then he looks at Gucci. Gucci at the other end.
And I think it's good when he looks at Gooch, that's when he realises he's got to go, isn't it? He was so confused. It's a brilliant bit of cricket, but a brilliant bit of commentary as well.
It's always one of those ones, isn't it? Where were you when he had bowled the ball of the century?
Less is more, as Richie always used to tell every new commentator that he worked with.
Did you commentate with him?
No, but we spent some time together in Australia in '94, and I picked his brains, the great man.
Is that why you have the big Manthorpe pause?
Here's Jadeja again. Forward comes Joe Root, pushes it up on the onside. He did say, Jared, that you should not be afraid of silence.
He didn't work on the radio.
He did, actually, in the 70s. But yeah, no, he was referring to TV.
I remember Adam Reed, our producer who travelled with us at the start of TalkSport, used to say that sometimes Manthorpe pauses for so long.
Here's Jadeja again. Forward comes Root, plays it away defensively. He did not enjoy the pause, Adam, did he?
He said that sometimes you paused for so long that he was worried that there was going to be a machine that would kick in, that would automatically start playing music.
Root forward to Jadeja, pushes it out on the offside, and there's no run.
Because
there's one. Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah,
there's a backup system, Judes, that if there's too long a pause, they just, it's like apologies, we can no longer broadcast. And there was a couple of times when Reedy was counting out the length of a Manthorpe pause, waiting for the music to come in.
You've noticed in the intervening years how much shorter the pauses have become, haven't you? 195 for 9. Here is Jadeja bowling to Anderson. He gets a little bottom corner of the bat on this one, and could have had a run if he'd wanted one, down to deep backward square or long leg, and the score remains 195 for 9. Of course, Joe Root and Jimmy Anderson have one partnership which broke a number of records, didn't they, against India at Trent Bridge a long time ago. It must have been 10 years ago now. For the 10th wicket, they added 170, with Jimmy Anderson making a career best 81. And the over comes to an end with a dot ball. 48 overs gone. England needing 260 to make India bat again, or 195 for 9.
That would be some achievement now, wouldn't it? We would have seen something brilliantly if they ever do anything like that. I mean, I suppose we're just saying, what over and when India wrap this innings up and the series 4-1.
What's the name of this song? Waving the Flag?
Waving Flag.
Waving Flag?
Yeah.
What colour would that be? Do you think that's why the DJ played it?
Oh, he's having a bit of a laugh with England, I think, and the fans.
Here is Yadav once again. Down the wicket comes Joe Root. Gone deep! Caught! Jasprit Bumrah takes the catch. England have been bowled out for 195. Joe Root goes for 84. And the last act of the 2004 series sees Kuldeep Yadav take the wicket of Joe Root to clinch an innings victory for the hosts and a 4-1 series win. India win by an innings and 64 runs. They've been dominant. They've improved as the series has gone on after an opening defeat, a memorable one in Hyderabad, but they've won 4 test matches in a row. Joe Root, in pursuit of a second series 100, has fallen for 84, and the entertainment has come to a close just over an hour after lunch on day 3.
Yeah, India have been brilliant. Well deserving of their victory in the series, 4-1. Ravi Ashwin in his 100th Test match, blowing England's top order away in the second innings, which caused all the problems really. Any hope, any belief of England back in the day went when he took this second over and dismissed Ben Duckett, and that was sort of the catalyst really, and everything followed. Joe Root, well deserving, held out at the end, obviously back with Jimmy Anderson, trying to get on with it, trying to get to 100, try to take on long on. And it was the captain Jasprit Bumrah on the boundary taking a safe catch, and he has to depart.
And now all the formalities begin. It's been a disappointing end, obviously, for England, but the writing's been on the wall, in all honesty, from the second session on day 1, when they lost 6 wickets in the session between lunch and tea, and eventually bowled out for 218, and they were chasing the game from that moment onwards. The players exchange congratulations. All of the management, coaching staff and all the reserve players come out of the change rooms and shake hands with their opposite numbers. Ashwin becoming just the 4th cricketer to take a 5-wicket haul in his 100th Test match, to go with 3 of the other great spinners of all time, Murali and Shane Warne, and countryman Anil Kumble. So Ben Stokes has seen the tour end in disappointment, but it's sport, it's cricket, albeit Test cricket. It is very important, but it's not life and death, and the England captain's got a smile on his face as he congratulates all of his opposite numbers. He has said himself before this Test match that a team's improvement and progress is not always measured in results, and although it's been a disappointing end to the series, there has been plenty of high points, not the least of which the 2 spinners, Tom Hartley and Shoaib Bashir, who've taken 38 wickets between them. Steve Harmison was talking at lunchtime about England's biggest problem before the series began would be how they're going to take 10 Indian wickets or 20 Indian wickets. Well, those 2 spinners who didn't have a Test cap between them before this series have taken 38 wickets, 22 to Hartley, 16 to Shoaib Bashir, including 2 5-wicket hauls. And apart from that, the opening partnership of Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett, albeit frustrating at times, was consistent enough to produce 5 50-plus opening partnerships, and 3 scores in the 70s from Zach Crawley and a brilliant 150 from Ben Duckett. Well, Johnny Bairstow's 100th Test match ends in disappointment, but I have to say that India have just got stronger and stronger and stronger, and having won by 434 runs to take the series lead, they've now concluded a magnificent series win, 4-1, after England's opening victory in Hyderabad, when they came back from a first innings deficit of 190. But India, an irresistible force, Alex Tudor, particularly given, you know, Virat Kohli and Mohammad Shami are the 2 most obvious misses. But you know, given the inexperience in the middle order as well, with Rajat Patidar and Devdutt Padikkal, Sarfaraz Khan also made his Test debut. That was an inexperienced, potentially brittle middle order, and England just weren't able to capitalise. I mean, it's a really commanding performance from the home side.
Yeah, it was, and you know, missed out KL Rahul as well, who's a quality batter as well. So they've had some young guys in their middle order, and England just weren't able to do anything really with it. As you said, you've got 2 young spinners, 38 wickets between them. You know, they can hold their heads up high, both of them. Not played a lot of red ball cricket, not had a Test debut until this series, and they've done admirably. They've been really good. Yes, the pitch in Ranchi helped them and sort of gave them a sniff, but this one, you know, they stuck to their guns. Yes, India were always going to go after them. That's what you do under inexperience. You go with it, calculated risk. And even though they got their wickets, they went for some runs, but they did extremely well. But India, you know, you put in the reverse, you know, you got Ravinder Ashwin, Jadeja, nearly 800 plus wickets between them against two lads who are making their debuts. It was always going to be the tail of the tape, really, wasn't it? Too much experience, too much class. And with the way England have batted, again, they've not batted time. They've batted fast, but they haven't batted time. And that's one that we'll most probably have a discussion about a little bit later, about the way that England go about their batting.